Good morning. Here we are on day seven?
Yep.
Six.
Seven.
Seven. And we seem to have actually finally figured out what we were doing with the but I forgot yesterday to show you how much we accomplished. So that's, we got from page 275 to 362. So that's where we're starting up, and that's how much of the book we have left. Right.
All right.
So,
The pre-roll per usual. You ready?
okay. Oh, hang on.
Here we go.
Yep.
Okay.
Shooting rounded the last curve of the stairs. That got us both up and to safety because, who am I kidding? I needed the help too.
Helen sat across from me at the conference table with an ice pack on her head. Her eyes were closed and she leaned her head against the wall. I keep thinking about Kurt and Birgit being confined. Yeah. I had a matching ice pack, trying to knock the throbbing in my temples back to a manageable level. I'll be interested to see what exactly went wrong with the CO2 scrubber. She cracked her eyes and looked at me. I don't remember seeing anything off, but this is not surprising. Airplane?
There's a plane.
Yep.
Let's see when I started here.
Yeah, I'll let you know when it's clear.
Okay.
Let's see. It's still
Top
going
of the
overhead.
page. Yeah, I can hear it.
So one of the questions that we did not get to yesterday. I think that's actually gone enough that we can keep going. So.
All right. Here we go.
It went wrong with the CO2 scrubber.
She cracked her eyes and looked at me. I don't remember seeing anything off, but this is not surprising. If Anna Teresa had had her way, we both would have been in sickbay. That was complicated by the fact that the SciMod was still offline from the water damage, and even if it hadn't been.
And even. Go.
Sorry, my glasses are filthy again.
Let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
Here we go.
Still offline from the water damage.
And even if it hadn't been, she still had polio patients. If I hadn't seen you on the floor, I would have gone down too. Probably faster, in fact. In front of me was a tray of food from the cafeteria. Bacon, buttered toast, and a real hard-boiled egg from an actual space chicken. A glass of Tang, and a cup of coffee. Do you think Icarus is trying to force us all into one module? It was a good question. In Midtown, Eugene and Myrtle were organizing all the people who usually slept in the Hab mod, which was a good chunk of the colony. Since the Psi mod was still offline, that left us with only 3 functioning habitation modules.
That left us.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Since the SciMod was still offline,
That left us with
Since the SciMod was still offline,
That left us with only 3 functioning habitation modules: Admin, Midtown, and the Ops mod. There were pilots' quarters at the port, but not enough to accommodate everyone. Get us all into one place and then set off a bomb? I grimaced. During the war, I had been Icarus. I had gone places and made friends with the intention of betraying their trust. It's what I would do if I were... I heard the door open and grabbed the hard-boiled egg. Cracking the shell against the table, I concentrated on peeling it. Anna Teresa came back in, carrying a crate of supplies. Behind her, Halim followed with a couple of hammocks slung over his shoulder. They were speaking in Arabic and switched mid-sentence. And that's the piece that I don't have right now, so I'm going to have to come back for it. I'm very sorry.
Okay. Let me mark this real quick. Let me add, for good measure, page number.
And just for your
Please.
curiosity, what Anna Teresa is saying at this point is, I'm not going to say she's the most stubborn woman I've ever met, but it's close.
Okay, so do you want to pick up with "but it's close," or what do you want to do?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, here we go.
Sorry, there's no pre-roll, right? So I'm just diving in.
That's me.
Okay.
Here we go.
And switched mid-sentence.
But it's close. Let's put the hammocks in the far corner. Hammock?
Sorry, in the two far corners.
Two far corners.
And switched mid-sentence.
But it's close. Let's put the hammocks in the two far corners. Hammocks? I take it we're bunking in here. The shell wanted to curl up around the egg without sufficient gravity to help it drop away. Anna Teresa set the crate on the table.
Anna Teresa, here we go.
Sufficient gravity to help it drop away.
Anna Teresa set the crate on the table. Welcome to Auxiliary C Sickbay. The bare egg glistened in the overhead lights. I set it down on my...
Listen real quick.
Okay.
Tell me if you like auxiliary, or auxiliary, however we say it.
Welcome to Auxiliary C Sickbay.
I'm fine with that coming from her.
Great.
We do try
I
to
said
start the morning with singing, yes.
I set it down. Here we go.
Okay.
Glistened in the overhead lights.
I set it down on my tray and felt the doctor watching me. I picked up the knife and fork. How are things out there? In the corner, Halim pulled out a chair and set it on under.
In the corner, here we go.
How are things out there?
In the corner, Halim pulled out a chair and set it under one of the room's support struts.
How are things out there?
In the corner, Halim pulled out a chair and set it under one of the room's support struts. Good, actually. Everyone is very much pulling together, which... He climbed onto the chair with one of the hammocks still over his shoulder. Honestly, I had my doubts about the colonists. I sliced the egg in half, revealing the sun-yellow orb in the middle.
Revealing. Here we go.
I sliced the egg in half,
revealing the sun-yellow orb in the middle. Good people. Setting down my knife, I reached for the salt and pepper. My heart was speeding up unaccountably. Mostly good, at any rate. That raises... He glanced at me, then at Anna Teresa, and grimaced. That raises my respect for Eugene, that he's doing such a good job motivating them. What would he have said if we were alone in the room? Helen met my gaze with the same question on her face.
Helen, here we go.
If we were alone in the room.
Helen met my gaze with the same question on her face. I rotated a bit of egg on my fork, trying to think. If I weren't so wretchedly tired, I would probably come up with some clever method to send Anna Teresa away, but at the moment, the best I could do was to be quiet and hope she'd finish faster. Halim seemed to have come to the same conclusion. He hooked the hammock.
You hooked, here we go.
Seemed to have come to the same conclusion.
He hooked the hammock into one of the mechanical...
Seemed to have come to the same conclusion.
He hooked the hammock into one of the mechanical receptors built into the support strut and did a pull-twist test on it. Anna Teresa was dragging a chair over to the strut on the other side of the conference table. The egg was still on the end of my fork. It is difficult to explain the act of will it took to put it into my mouth. When I was having trouble, sometimes Kenneth would... I closed my eyes and fought to keep my breathing even. Behind my eyelids, he stands in his shirt sleeves, whisking a raw egg in a bowl to make a Caesar salad for me. The muscles on his forearms flex and tense. His hair falls forward out of its pomade. Are you all right? Anna Teresa's voice was soft, elevated as if she had gotten on the chair. Fine. I opened my eyes and took a bite of the egg. The yolk coated my mouth like a paste. I gagged. Yanking my napkin up, I covered my mouth and breathed through my nose. The doctor jumped down from her chair and was at my side in an instant. I tried to swallow, gagged again. She rested her hand. Whoops.
Here we go. That took a really different turn.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Swallow. Gagged again.
She rested her hand on my back while I spit out the tiny bite of egg, folding my napkin around it. Tears crowded my vision. I kept my gaze down so I didn't have to see Helen or And.
Here we go.
Tears crowded my vision.
I kept my gaze down so I didn't have to see Helen and Halim watching this entire little episode. Anna Teresa crouched next to me and took the napkin away. Would applesauce be more manageable? It might be. Yes. My voice was hoarse with shame. I'm sorry. In the evening, Eugene peeked through the conference room door. When he saw that we had the lights on, he opened the door and stopped on the threshold. His brows went up as he looked at Helen and me in our glamorous hammocks, hanging from the ceiling. Helen waved her fingers. Surprise! I lowered the notebook I'd been scribbling on, and my IV line coiled through the air with my movement. Welcome to my parlor. Halim warned me, but... He turned to Myrtle. You seeing what they did to my conference room? She smacked his rump. Are you going to gawk?
Are you? Here we go.
She smacked his rump.
Are you going to gawk or hold the door for me? Grinning, he stepped to the side and held the door for his wife. I had a choice between staring at them with envy, bursting into tears, and counting the mechanical receptors in the ceiling strut. There are 5. 2 of them were occupied with the hammock, and another with my IV bag. Eugene set a CO2 filter in the middle of the table. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop trying to get yourselves killed. You'd rather we succeeded? He looked stricken, which I think made me regret my joke more than he did his. Wincing, he rounded the end of the table toward my hammock. I'm so sorry. It's the first joke I've made. It's okay. I gestured at the filter on the table, trying to move him past the moment, because even with the joke, my heart was folding itself into a flat square inside. What did you find out about the scrubbers? He looked like he wanted to keep apologizing, but Myrtle said, That's a fake. Helen sighed noisily and with much aggravation. I have just lost a bet, which I do not appreciate. She glared at me. I shrugged, and she stared at the ceiling in such a comic portrait of woe that it was hard not to laugh. Is the fake filter made from in-situ resources, including tape? Eugene's mouth dropped open, and he turned to stare at her. How the hell do you know that? Language. Myrtle sounded more amused than anything.
Let's go back and get a couple things, please.
Okay.
Listen to Myrtle's choice dialogue. It sounded like an and as opposed to an or to me, but take a listen.
Are you going to gawk or hold the door for me?
What? I'm sorry. What?
So sorry. It sounded like 2 questions. I guess. Because she wants him to hold the door, basically, right? Are you okay with it? If you're okay with it, it's fine.
That, yeah.
Okay. Let's see here. Right, the door, right. And then held. There are 5. 2 of them were occupied with the hammocks, and another held my IV bag. You said something different.
Okay.
You said in another with. So let's do it from and another with held my ivy bag. Here we go.
Hang on.
Two of them were occupied with the hammock.
Sorry, you said hang on.
I got it. Okay, sorry. I was
Okay.
still trying to find it.
That's all right.
I've got it now.
Okay.
Two of them were occupied with the hammock.
And another held my IV bag.
Perfect. Thank you. 1 sec.
Yes, and we did start early for those people who've just wandered in and are like, but wait. Sorry.
That's
I
all
know
right.
I know we said we'd start at the same time, but Andrew had some extra time, and we have a lot of book to still get through, so we decided to take it. But you've only missed about 15 minutes. Oh, that is my husband. Okay. I am back and with you.
Okay, I am back in with you. Oh, I thought did this sound like Myrtle to you?
Language.
Not enough.
Yeah. Let's take it from there, please.
Okay.
That's right where we stopped.
Yeah.
How the hell do you know that?
Language! Myrtle sounded more amused than anything. Helen pointed an accusing finger at me. Ask Nicole about her list. List? Eugene turned back to me, and his gaze dropped to the notepad I'd been scribbling on. I tried to sit up, which is not easy in a hammock, so I settled for clearing my throat instead. I started thinking about what I would do to mess things up, if that had been my assignment during the war. Wait until she explains why I'm the likeliest candidate for Icarus. I grinned at Helen because that was the easiest way to mask the fact that I kept wanting to burst into tears. You know I like being best at things. Myrtle pulled out a chair and sat down. Oh, I need to hear this. Helen is Catholic, was in the cockpit of the shuttle on the way here. She trains people on driving the rovers, so could easily have checked one out to deal with the busy bee. I have a grudge against the IAC because they pulled me off the Mars mission. She sobered and then mentioned a thing I had not. Had I thought about this next thing? Yes, but I hadn't said it. She did. And I had access to the Mars expedition ships. Eugene's brow contracted as he put the math together and went into a tailspin of doubt. He pulled out quickly and shook his head, turning to me. Do you suspect everyone? All the time. I suspect you too, just to be clear. I suspect you all too.
Yeah. Let's go back and get a couple quick things, please.
Okay.
Previous page. Started thinking about what I would do to mess things up here. Using mess things up, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. We just left out the here.
Okay.
See it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. After the throat clear, here we go.
Okay.
My throat instead.
I started thinking about what I would do to mess things up here.
Great. You know you like being best about things. I think you said you know I like being best about things.
Well, I think that is also true.
Just that phrase?
Yes.
You see it. Okay. Here we go.
But I kept wanting to burst into tears.
You know you like being best at things.
Great. Thank you. That was it, I believe.
Okay.
And then back where we were. Oh, yeah. And after all the time, I suspect you all, too.
Yes.
Here we go.
Everyone? All the time.
I suspect you all, too, just to be clear. Myrtle snorted. I'd be disappointed if you didn't. She nudged Eugene with her foot. Wait until she finds out that your first name is really Ferdinand. I did not have time to stop my double take before...
Let me listen to one quick thing.
Okay.
There's a little bit of noise on I suspect you all. Can we just get that through just to be clear, please?
Everyone? All the time?
I suspect you all, too, just to be clear.
Thank you. And then I did not have time. Here we go.
Okay.
Your first name is really Ferdinand.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Your first name is really Ferdinand.
I did not have time to stop my double take before realizing that she was pulling my leg. I knew that his full name was Eugene Simmons Lindholm because I'd read his file. I'd read all of their personnel files because I did, in fact, suspect everyone. I also had absolutely no doubt that I could trust them. Granted, that sort of thing got people killed back in my war years. On the other hand, Myrtle was now openly laughing at me. "Oh, I got you!" "You did." I pointed to the filter. Actually, no, I want her to be amused there.
On the you did.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's go back. I had read all of their personnel records. I think you said files.
Ah, thank you.
Mm-hmm. I read all their personal records because I did, in fact, suspect everyone. Please.
Okay.
There we go.
Home, because I'd read his file.
I'd read all of their personnel records because I did, in fact, suspect everyone.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Back where we were. You did is what we're getting, yeah?
Correct.
Here we go.
Laughing at me. "Oh, I got you!"
You did. I pointed to the filter. So, Icarus pulled out a filter, leaving the others in place. That caused the others to expire faster, and with the alarm disabled, we got CO2 buildup before regular maintenance would catch it, which gives you a sort of time bomb and
Which gives you...
Before regular maintenance would catch it.
which gives you a sort of time bomb and allows him to be elsewhere when it happens, meaning that it could still be Kurt or Birgit. Eugene nodded. Which raises the question of why Kurt pointed us to the CO2 filter in the port stairs. I drummed my pencil on my cast, thinking. It was easier to think, in the way that it was,
After think. Here we go.
It was easier to think.
in the way that it is... One more time.
Uh-huh.
Actually, let me read you. It was easier to think.
Okay. Here we go.
Pencil on my cast, thinking.
It was
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Drum for a second sounded like dreamt
Okay.
to my ear, but it's okay.
Okay.
Pencil on my cast, thinking.
It was easier to think... Oh, sorry, one more time.
Pencil on my cast, thinking.
It was easier to think, in the way that it is the morning after a fever has broken. Not that I was well, but I was at least clearer. If I had set up a booby trap, why would I give someone the cue to discover it? Build trust? Avoid CO2 poisoning since he's trapped in a bed? All right, here's another piece for you. Eugene tapped the filter. The frame of this is made from the same packing crate as Faustino's skis. My jaw literally dropped. I am not sure I have experienced that before. So... It was a noise from the ceiling.
Yep, I heard it. Stu from So, please.
Sure, I have experienced that before.
So either Kurt or Birgit used the same guy to fabricate things as Faustino, or Faustino was Icarus, died stupidly, and has left behind a bunch of time bombs? What about the machinist? Remember the South African guy in comms? Long timer, so he's had opportunity before this, and wrong type of dumbass. Eugene rubbed his temples, and I swear he had more gray there than he had last week. Sometimes that seemed to happen to Kenneth. This whole thing would... hang on. Okay.
This whole thing would, or right after that?
This whole thing would.
Okay. Here we go.
Sometimes that seemed to happen to Kenneth.
This whole thing would. I wiped under my eyes with my knuckles. I'm assuming he did the same thing to the scrubbers in all the modules, but this one expired first? Yeah. Let me see your list. He held out his hand and took the notepad from me. I want to see. Myrtle beckoned him to sit beside her. Eugene's face changed as he read my list. It started curious, and then went thoughtful, and finished with horrified. He looked up at me. You are genuinely terrifying, you know that? I'm going to choose to take that as a compliment, and don't disillusion me. From his side, Myrtle said, Oh, that's a compliment. Hush. Do not hush me. Eugene ignored her and sat forward with his elbows on his knees, staring at the list. Question. My dad is practicing fiddle. Can you hear it?
1 second. Let me just check one thing here. I mean, I honestly say I cannot hear it. Can you?
Okay, great. It's just at the edge, and I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I can. I'll let you know if I hear something, but that's
Okay.
good to know. After staring at the list?
Mm-hmm.
Knees, staring at the list.
If he's done even a quarter of these, we are screwed. Those are fine. We can find and stop them. I plucked at the edge of my cast. It's the ones I haven't thought of that can kill us. 38. Chile takes over rails as strikes and riots spread. Santiago, Chile, May 20th, 1963. A growing wave of demonstrations by thousands of citizens over food shortages prompted the government to place the railroads under army rule today. The government also reinforced guards at strategic points and increased the number of police patrolling the city streets with water spray cannons. Over the course of the next week, I was, as a Quaker friend of mine says, not my best self. I snapped at people who were trying to help me, and the less said about my behavior, I feel, the better. While I literally hung around, Eugene worked through my list. He found that Icarus had hidden a steel bowl filled.
Found. Here we go.
Eugene worked through my list.
He found that Icarus had hidden a steel bowl filled with perchloric.
Perchloric, yep.
Yep.
Eugene worked through my list.
He found that Icarus had hidden a steel bowl filled with perchloric acid in the guts of the dehumidifiers. It ate through the bowl and then burned through cables. Icarus had not used my idea to foul the water supply, which is good because it was really elegant and would have screwed us all. But Icarus had introduced sediment into fuel tanks. Icarus had disabled smoke detectors.
Icarus had disabled.
Sediment into fuel tanks.
Icarus had disabled smoke detectors. They had emptied the emergency oxygen masks in all of the machine rooms. Ironically, the thing that had saved us was that I hadn't been lucid enough to remember where they were. Every time Eugene checked one thing off the list, I would think of another. All of them were simple ways to cause failures. It was as if I were going through the caution lists for astronaut training and suggesting everything we were trained not to do. When Eugene found something I'd suggested, it felt like a tiny moment I was actually being useful instead of a drain on resources.
Felt like a tiny moment I was being actually.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. We can take it from actually I was being actually right there.
Okay.
Punch.
Suggested it felt like a tiny moment.
I was being actually useful instead of a drain on resources. On a personal note, Anna Teresa kindly consented to remove the two.
After a personal note.
On a personal note,
Anna Teresa kindly consented to removing the IV after I kept.
Same place, please.
on a personal note,
Anna Teresa kindly consented to removing the IV after I kept a meal log for 3 days running. But she wouldn't clear me to return to work. I still had to keep the food log. I hated her. I hated the log. And I hated myself. It was a party all around. Aside from that, the week was without remaining incident. Except we still did not know where the busy bee was, despite sending Halim out looking until the sunset. By the 18th, none of the likely spots were still in daylight. So the question then was, had we stopped Icarus, or were they biding their time? After we turned the lights out, with only the sound of the fans, Helen shifted in her hammock. Light from the hall bled under the door and sketched her in charcoal.
Just had a little dropout right on Busy Bees, I think.
Okay. Got it.
Except we still do not know through sunset, please.
Okay.
Here we go.
The week was without remaining incident.
Except we still did not know where the busy bee was, despite sending Halim out looking until the sunset.
Great. Thank you. And we got that one. Okay. Light from.
Okay.
Helen shifted in her hammock.
Light from the hall bled under the door and sketched her in charcoal on gray. May I ask you a question? It is personal. Sure. With your food difficulties, is there anything you would find helpful? She asked it not as if I were broken, but as though this were a problem to be worked. Difficulties sounds like something my grandmother would say. Just call it anorexia. I know what it is. I don't know why giving it a name made me feel more in control.
I don't know. Here we go.
Anorexia, I know what it is.
I don't know why giving it a name made me feel more in control of the conversation, but it did. I readjusted my head on the pillow, staring into the dark. It had been a decade since I'd had a relapse like this. I would love to tell you that it's not an ongoing problem, but I am at
I would love. Here we go.
Since I'd had a relapse like this.
I would love to tell you it's not an ongoing problem, but I am, at least, usually functional. I know, or rather I know you are functional, because I did not know that you had anorexia. Were you going to say difficulties again? Clearly not. It is simply that English is not my first language. I laughed, and God, did that feel good. I did not for a moment believe this was a language challenge. She'd spoken English, Taiwanese, and Mandarin when we met, then added French when she fell in love with Renard. I have been reliably informed that his Taiwanese is understandable and charmingly hilarious. We hung in the darkness, and I think she would have let me change the subject and not answer her. The problem was that my difficulties had endangered her last week. I should have been able to lift her. At minimum, I shouldn't have been struggling to stand. I rolled toward her, setting my hammock swaying. Ask me what I had for lunch. Don't police me, don't bully me. I sighed. What Myrtle and Anna Teresa have been doing, it's necessary. Now, as in right now, when I'm in what Kenneth called a state. But it's not sustainable. It'll make me dig my heels in more over time, so just ask me what I had for lunch. That won't annoy you? Oh, it will. I'll resent the hell out of it, but it'll remind me to think about if I've eaten. It also just sounds like a social noise to other people. I was weeping again, but at least it was dark, and the tears weren't in my voice this time. Kenneth hadn't asked it every day, saving it for times when he knew I was under pressure, when I was most likely to forget to eat. When I say I hadn't been this bad in a decade.
We'll pick it up. There's a couple things to get here. Previous page. Were you about to say difficulties again? You said something slightly different. You said, were you going to say?
Okay.
Bottom of the previous page, second line from the bottom.
Okay.
Anorexia.
Were you about to say difficulties again?
Thank you.
Anorexia.
And then I laughed, and God, that felt good. I think you said something more, or let me listen. You said, and God did that feel good.
Okay.
So right at the top of the next page there.
Okay.
Is not my first language.
I laughed, and God, that felt good.
Thank you. And then there's a dropout, a lovely dropout. Where was it? We hung in the darkness, and I think she would have let me change the subject. That sentence, please.
Okay.
And charmingly hilarious.
We hung in the darkness, and I think she would have let me change the subject and not answer her.
Thank you. And then you said Teresa, and I thought we've been saying Teresa, but I'm not
Yeah.
positive.
We have been.
Great. Let me find that. So I need what Myrtle and Anna Teresa have been doing. Just that phrase, please.
I sighed.
What Myrtle and Anna Teresa have been doing.
Great, thank you. And then we're back where we stopped.
Okay.
After pressure, so when I was most likely to forget.
Okay.
Here we go. Nope, here we go.
When he knew I was under pressure.
When I was most likely to forget to eat. When I say I hadn't been this bad in a decade, he is probably why. He was probably why. I will try not to snap at you. I'm a Taiwanese woman in the astronaut corps. Your drama does not frighten me. On Monday, my 12th...
On Monday, here we go.
Your drama does not frighten me.
On Monday, my 12th day as a widow, after I had finally been released from the purgatory of the makeshift sickbay, I sat in a far corner of the cafeteria and had lunch with Helen, who had been cleared to return to work last week. Her hair was still a flattened mess over her forehead from the Snoopy cap because they were letting her fly again. I was happy for her and intensely jealous, even jealous of the indentations along her cheeks where the microphone arms had pressed against her skin. I sat.
Here we go.
Arms had pressed against her skin.
I sat with my back to the room so I didn't have to make eye contact with anyone. She drew a circle with her finger on the map of the far side of the moon in her logbook.
She drew a circle.
Didn't have to make eye contact with anyone.
She drew a circle with her finger on the map.
Didn't have to make eye contact with anyone.
She drew a circle with her finger on the map of the far side of the moon in her logbook. Her log was filled with flight time. It's nearly noon on the far side, so the shadows are not helping, but there was nothing at the observatory. I've run out of ideas. I sat back in my chair, picking tiny bits off of a biscuit. We had checked the areas around all of the outposts and way stations to see if Icarus had parked the Busy Bee at any of them. I say we, and what I mean is Halim, Helen, and Myrtle. I'd been relegated to keeping lists and making lists.
I'd been relegated. Here we go.
Helen and Myrtle.
I'd been relegated to making lists and keeping notes. I'd finally suggested checking for the Busy Bee in oddball places like the Large Array Telescope on the far side of the moon, which didn't have a permanent staff. I'm going to make a recommendation that in the future we paint the Busy Bees bright orange. Hot pink, then none of the men will touch them. Helen winked. Job security. With a bow on top. I could feel her watching me with the biscuit, so I put the next bit into my mouth. Maybe some lace? She folded her logbook and tucked it back into her flight suit. I laughed, but half of my mind was already moving on to other ways to find it. Maybe if we think about where it would do the most damage and work backwards from there? Helen squinted. But wouldn't that still involve being close to one of the places we've already... The lights went out. A collective groan went up from the people in the cafeteria, followed by a weak cheer as the emergency lights flickered on. In the light, Helen was checking her watch, just like I was. It bothers me that we do not know why or how this is happening. Helen pulled out her logbook and made a small dark circle in the calendar in front.
Let's go back and get a couple things. We paint the Busy Bees bright orange. I think you said the Busy Breeze.
Oh, well, yes, you have to paint the breeze. That's, I think that's a famous song from Oklahoma. It's one of those, paint the breeze,
I thought it was a euphemism.
That I put in here. No. Elma is the one who does the
Painting the breeze.
Yeah. Elma would say painting the breeze. Nicole would just say fucking.
Let's take it from
Okay.
I'm going to make a recommendation through
Okay.
bright orange, please. You see it? It's
Yes.
middle of previous. Okay.
Which didn't have a permanent staff.
I'm going to make a recommendation that in the future we paint the Busy Bees bright orange.
Perfect. And then next page. No, not next page. Same page, sorry. Maybe if we think about where it could do the most damage. You said would do the most damage.
Okay.
See it?
Yep.
Moving on to other ways to find it.
Maybe if we think about where it could do the most damage and work backwards from there?
Yep. Okay. Helen pulled out her calendar.
Okay.
Oh, let's see here. Helen pulled out her logbook. Sorry.
Yes.
Top of 373.
Know why or how this is happening.
Helen pulled out her logbook and made a small dark circle in the calendar in the front.
Know why or how this is happening.
Helen pulled out her logbook and made a small dark circle in the calendar in the front. Frowning, she counted and shook her head. These intervals are very frustrating. 4 days, 15 days, 8 days, 8 days. I frowned because that sounded like one too many. That's 5 of them. She nodded and then looked up, eyes wide and concerned. Ah, yes. We had one on Sunday the 12th. You were asleep. The day after Kenneth's funeral. I see. I looked down and pushed my tray of food away. Across the table, Helen stiffened. Grinding my teeth, I pulled it back and took a forkful of creamed spinach. I wish someone had told me that. Sorry. The issues with the habitat, it slipped my mind. I winced, feeling like a heel. My fault. 16 minutes at random intervals? I want to look at the geometry of the Earth and Moon's relative positions during the power outages. If the Earth is always facing the same way... She drummed her pencil on the table. The sample size is too small to be certain that my hypothesis is correct, but if a different part of the Earth is facing us each time, then we can at least reject that hypothesis. I stared at her with my fork halfway back to the plate. It had not occurred to me to try to math the problem, and this was why Helen was a wizard. On Wednesday, Anna Teresa summoned me to the actual real sickbay in the Mod, which was finally dried out and repaired from the water damage. The entire way through the gerbil tubes from Midtown, I composed a detailed explanation of why I did not need to keep a food log and how I would feel much better if I were allowed to work. Had I needed intervention? Yes, even if I hated that I did. However, I was perfectly fine now, and continuing to check up on me was a drain on resources that would be best spent on the polio patients. As I walked through spent on the polio patients. As I walked through the door into the sparkling room, Anna Teresa wheeled on me with a small saw in her hand. Come, my X-ray machine is working again. I want to see your arm. Sorry, that's wrong for her. I don't know why I just did Helen, because she was the last one speaking.
Ah, yes. Yep. Can we do Anna Teresa wheeled on me with a small saw? You said hand in her hands, plural.
Yes, with a small hand in her hands.
Small saw in her hands.
Oh, okay, good.
You said the right, but just one. Yes. Yeah. Here we go.
Walked through the door into the sparkling room.
Anna Teresa wheeled on me with a small...
Walked through the door into the sparkling room.
Anna Teresa wheeled on me with a small saw in her hands. You can stitch that together and fix it, right?
Perfect.
Great. Good.
All right, moving on now.
Walked through the door into the sparkling room.
Anna Teresa wheeled on me with a small saw in her hands. Come, my X-ray machine is working again. I want to see your arm. And hello to you, too. I packed my internal tirade away for later use. It's not that I had forgotten that my arm was broken, but I had become accustomed to it. The ache had muted and become part of the background with my feet. I settled on the stool she had set out for me and propped my arm on the counter. I thought X-rays could see through plaster. Setting the saw to my cast, she raised her voice.
Setting her saw to my cast. Here we go.
Thought X-rays could see through plaster.
Setting the saw to my cast, she raised her voice over the buzzing. Clearer image without it? Ah, I nodded. Right. For posterity. First broken bone and all that. Anna Teresa scowled. The second break confuses everything. Also, your bone density. Well, sorry to be a disappointment. She snorted. You are an astronaut. I expect nothing less. The lights went out. A moment later, the emergency lights snapped on. Anna Teresa set down her saw with a huff as if it were a personal affront. This is maddening! Just wait. I stared at the ceiling as if I could see whatever was causing the outage. It'll be back on in 16 minutes. She snatched a terrifyingly... okay.
She snatched. Here we go.
Back on in 16 minutes.
She snatched a terrifyingly industrial pair of scissors off a supply cart and pointed them at me. If I had people on life support, tell the administrator that this is dangerous to my patients. One more time on her. That was just, it slipped over to Helen just a little bit more.
Sure. Tell the administrator, and in the text says dangerous at my patients.
Yes. Thank you.
Here we go.
If I had people on life support,
tell the administrator that this is dangerous at my patients. Speaking of, looking around sickbay with its empty beds, I raised my eyebrows and tried to ignore the jarring crunches of the shears as she cracked through the rest of my cast. Where is everyone? She nodded toward Midtown as she worked. The open space is better for recovery, so I am keeping only the worst cases here. But... I looked around the room again. The beds are empty. Yes. She set down the shears and peeled the sides of the cast off my arm. Eugene arranged facilities here during the repairs to create quarters for some of their long-term patients. They're down the hall. Who? That's the wrong type of question.
Who? Okay.
Long-term patients. They're down the hall.
Who? Currently, Major Lindholm has asked me to house Curtis, Birgit, Reuben, Garnet, and the LCA. Anna Teresa grabbed a smaller pair of scissors to remove the gauze. Without the fans, sickbay was eerily quiet. I could hear the metal blades of the scissors brushing past each other. The gauze dropped away. My wrist had atrophied in the cast and had a bulge on the...
My wrist. Here we go.
The gauze dropped away.
My wrist had atrophied in the cast and had a bulge on the side that I didn't remember. Anna Teresa huffed, looking at it, and put her hands on her hips. Turn your palm up, slowly. Muscles that had not turned in weeks protested, and I could feel the stretch down the side of my forearm as I began the turn. When my thumb was not quite pointing to the ceiling, my wrist stopped. A low ache throbbed in the center of the bone. I frowned, straining to turn it. It wasn't that pain stopped it. My wrist just wouldn't rotate farther. That's not... I swallowed, letting it relax back down.
Letting it relax. Here we go.
I swallowed.
Hang on, sorry, I just need to... Okay.
After I swallowed.
I swallowed.
How did I lose my place on the page that quickly? There it is. Okay, sorry.
That's all right.
I swallowed.
Letting it relax back down to the table. My palm didn't rest flat. Concentrating, I tried rotating again. 45 degrees of rotation. Maybe. I'm having some trouble. Anna Teresa slid 2 of her fingers into the palm of my hand. Grip. My fingers moved, but it was almost as if the cast were still there, impeding their range. This is just atrophy, right? This is a textbook. The lights came on. In the harsh light, Anna Teresa's frown was deeper than before. She stepped back. Let's get you on the x-ray and see how bad.
There's a text for you to check, I think.
I saw it. That
Okay.
was what distracted me before.
Got it. All right, here we go.
She stepped back.
Let's get you on the x-ray and see how bad it is. Will physical therapy help? What had I done? I tried gripping again as if I were holding a controller. My fingers responded, but with too small a movement. Will I be able to fly? Let's take the x-ray, and then we'll talk. I am very good at denial. Some days it is the only thing that keeps me going. Some days it is the only thing I can control. Some days I tell myself that my problem is the solution. I caught Eugene Thursday morning. He was eating breakfast at his desk in Frisch's office and had a report in front of him. He balanced a fork of scrambled eggs in one hand, keeping his place on the page with the other. I stopped in the open doorway to watch him, and he had no idea I was there. He looked really dragged out, lines I didn't remember on his brow and darkened circles under his eyes. He was slumped into the desk, frowning as he read. I leaned.
He was slumping. Here we go.
Into circles under his eyes.
He was slumping into the desk, frowning as he read. I leaned against the doorway. What time did you start this morning? He jumped, eggs tumbling to the desktop. Jesus, Worgan. Grabbing his napkin, he wiped the eggs off the report. 6? I couldn't sleep. I chewed my lower lip, watching him. May I offer a word of advice? You're going to anyway. He tossed the napkin onto.
Tossed. Here we go.
Yes, you're going to anyway. He tossed the napkin onto his tray. Sure. His voice twisted in a desperate attempt to turn shoot into sure. It took me a moment to realize that he'd thought saying shoot would remind me of Kenneth. It wouldn't have, but the deflection did. Kenneth got more done when he stopped doing working breakfasts. Granted, he did that to make sure I ate at least one meal a day, but the results were the same. Trust me, don't set a pace you can't sustain. Eugene watched me, drumming his fingers on the desk.
After watched me. Here we go.
Eugene watched me,
drumming his fingers on the desk. He closed the report and turned his chair to face me. How are you doing? There is a sincerity and an earnestness with which people ask that question after a tragedy that is kind and exhausting all at the same time. In the cast for another 2 weeks, weeping less, eating more, bored. I crossed my arms over my chest and braced for a fight. I want to talk to Kurt. He narrowed his eyes. About? Flying. I braced myself for pity. I have a permanent loss of rotation in my left arm. From the break. It's not polio, but it gives me a different angle to approach him with, and then see what happens. Eugene shook his head. That's not going to work. I sighed, resenting having to spell this out. Common ground can usually build a rapport that you can exploit. Exploit.
Common ground. Here we go.
resenting having to spell this out.
Common ground can usually build a rapport that you can exploit.
Resenting having to spell this out.
Common ground can usually build a rapport that you can exploit. In this case, we've both lost the lights went out. Oh, for Pete's sake! I threw my hands out to the side just as the emergency lights flickered on. Again? Is in dialogue, not in...
Oh, for Pete's sake!
I threw my hands out to the side just as the emergency lights flickered on. Again? Eugene turned in his chair to look at the dim bulb. That was less than 24 hours since the last one. Yes. 3 this week. What would that do to Helen's statistical analysis? That's concerning. Indeed. I don't like that the frequency is increasing. Nor did I. It felt like we were building to something. This is part of why I want to talk to Kurt. Eugene turned back to me and folded his hands together. There was a subtle shift in his posture, in the line of his neck and the set of his jaw, that said he was shifting from speaking as my friend to pure business. I'm going to deny that request. You're not firing.
You're not. Take a listen to... Let's see here. Take a listen to what would that do to Helen's statistical analysis.
Okay.
What would that do to Helen's statistical analysis?
Yeah, no, I can,
Smooth it out.
Yep.
There we go. Do you see it?
Not yet. I was looking at something else.
Gotcha.
Got it.
Okay.
3 this week.
What would that do to Helen's statistical analysis?
Thank you. back where we were.
Actually, you know what? Let me do a different read on that,
Yeah.
actually.
Oh, you want
Sorry.
to do it one more time?
Yeah.
3 this week.
What would that do to Helen's statistical analysis?
Cool. You're not firing, so we're
Okay.
starting to record.
I'm going to deny that request.
You're not firing on...
I'm going to deny that request.
You're not firing on all cylinders yet. I clenched my hands, knowing that the fresh cast was not what kept my left hand from closing into a fist. I'm not going to collapse in front of him. He sighed. No, but you've forgotten that in your eulogy you talked openly about sabotage. If Kurt is Icarus, he will be completely on guard the moment you walk into the room. Eugene leaned forward, holding me with his gaze. If we talk to him, it has to be a straight-up interrogation. All right. That's a good point. So let's set that up. If you had walked in and proposed that, sure, I'd set it up. Eugene shook his head. You're not well, and it would be a bad choice. Hold that response. Sit on it. You know I'm right. I did. Damn it. I am good at denial, but not that good. I looked at the scuffs on the floor, and my eyes were stinging. My cheeks were hot with embarrassment. I nodded, not quite trusting my voice. Look. His chair creaked as he spun, and papers shuffled on his desk. It would help me if you'd go through the technical manual for the base. See if there's any vulnerability they're exploiting. I nodded again and took the binder he held out. If there was even a chance this would be useful, I'd do it. But I know busy work when I see it. I spent Friday in the gallery. I've made myself familiar with every technical manual since we established the first lunar base. But my eyes ached reading the tiny print and kept drooping. People will talk about the training astronauts go through, but honestly, the hardest thing about our job is staying awake while reading sentences like, regulation of the array output... Here we go. Actual sentence. All of these sentences are are from NASA. There is one, I think, that I merged into a single sentence instead of being two, but all of this is all, like, I actually read training manuals and I'm like, what are we doing? Why? Oh, astronauts, you are so much braver than I thought you were.
All right, let's read it so I can figure out what you're talking about.
Okay, here we go.
While reading sentences like,
regulation of the array output voltage is required because of the performance characteristics of PV cells, that is, output voltage is a function of the load placed on the cells, and this results in a varying power source, which the SSU accomplishes by receiving... Oh, Jesus Christ.
Which the SSU after accomplishes.
Okay.
Here we go.
which the SSU accomplishes
by receiving power directly from the PV array and maintaining output voltage within a specified range of 130 to 173 VDC, normally 160 VDC, that is referred to as primary power voltage. Please note, that is a single sentence within a 222-page document, 24 pages of which are just a glossary of acronyms, some of which I used every day and had forgotten what the letters stood for, like PGNCS, which somehow is pronounced PINGS, Primary Guidance Navigation.
This is just me checking. You said VDC is supposed to volts DC. That's on purpose.
Does the word volts appear on the page?
It does not.
Then it is on purpose.
Excellent.
how is pronounced PINGS.
Primary Guidance Navigation and something something. Others were more opaque, Consider, secondary power originates in a DDCU and is then distributed.
Opaque. Consider.
Secondary power originates in a DDCU and is then distributed through a network of ORUs called Secondary Power Distribution Assemblies, SPDAs, and Remote Power Distribution Assemblies, RPDAs, in which modality SPDAs and RPDAs are essentially housings that contain one or more RPCMs. My personal favorite appeared to contain no actual nouns. Once the permanent ETCS becomes operational, the EETCS is deactivated, at which point portions of the EETCS are used as components on PVTCS. I hoped I would find something useful. I did not. But we lost power 2 more times. $39. IAC Chief Rocket Scientist refutes claim that Governor Worgen tried to poison him. Kansas City, May 24th, 1963. AP. Information leaked from President Denley's office shows that the late Governor Worgen was under investigation for the poisoning of the International Aerospace Coalition's chief rocket scientist, Dr. Nathaniel York. The materials suggest that the governor was jealous of Dr. York, who he suspected of having an affair with his wife. Dr. York, whose wife is a part of the first Mars expedition, refutes this claim as, quote, insulting, saying that he and Governor Worgen are longtime friends. He went on to say, "It's an attempt by the administration to sully the reputation of Mrs. Worgen. I would like to ask anyone to do the calculations on the timing." I'd like to ask. And yeah, I know I said quote, and I want it there in this particular context.
Sounds good. We're going to go back. You said our longtime friends. It's we're longtime friends.
Thank you.
From saying. Here we go.
Claim as, quote, insulting,
saying that he and Governor Worgen were longtime friends.
All right. And picking it up. After timing. Here we go.
Okay.
to do the calculations on the timing.
No, I actually said I would like to ask. That's why we stopped.
Gotcha. Here we go.
Sully the reputation of Mrs. Worgen.
I'd like to ask anyone to do the calculations.
Sully the reputation of Mrs. Worgen.
I'd like to ask anyone to do the calculations on the timing. Why that do widow A2? I got all the words in. It's fine.
Just put them in a different order.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that.
Yeah, no worries. All right, here we go from Y.
Anyone to do the calculations on the timing.
Why do that to a widow now? Why are they trying to obscure the investigation into Earth First's efforts to disable the space program? By Friday night, I had a splitting headache from reading print that was too small.
Here we go.
To disable the space program.
By Friday night, I had a splitting headache from reading print that was too small. I don't remember the font being so tiny when I started at the IAC. Halim caught me rubbing the bridge of my nose over dinner, and yes, I had a companion for every meal now. He cleared his throat. Reading glasses. One more time on him.
Here we go.
He cleared his throat.
Reading glasses. I stabbed a piece of sweet potato. I'm not old. Calendrically, I am younger than you. But I've used reading glasses for the past 2 years. He shrugged and sliced his rabbit. They haven't grounded me, if that's what you're worried about. Even though I know perfectly well many astronauts wind up using them because of the changes that occur in our eyes in microgravity, most of them were men. For reasons that remained a mystery to the flight surgeons, women's eyes adapted better to space. So the fact that I needed reading glasses was not space-related. I just didn't want to remind the IAC that I was old hat. Not that it likely mattered. At this point, I was fairly certain I would be permanently grounded the moment I set foot on Earth. Saturday morning, I gave up and went to sickbay to ask...
Saturday morning. Here we go.
Okay.
I set foot on Earth.
Saturday morning, I gave up and went to sickbay to ask Anna Teresa for some readers. I'd finished with the current lunar base manual and decided to start on the iteration before, just in case there was a legacy system. It felt like busy work, but I was damned if I was going to dive into self-pity and become more of a burden on my crewmates. I trusted Eugene not to give me something completely useless, but my eyes still hated me. When I opened the door to sickbay, Anna Teresa was just visible through a gap in a curtain around the examining table. She said something to her patient about missing her flowers. I don't remember the specifics. I just had to turn around and walk out of the room. All that trouble and worry about Kenneth's heart, and none of it had mattered. I pressed my forehead.
I pressed. Here we go.
His heart, and none of it had mattered.
I pressed my forehead against the rubber wall, leaning on it as if I were keeping the regolith that buried us from collapsing. My throat was tight and hot with each breath I forced through it. 17 days without him in the world. I stared at the rubber wall until my breathing steadied, wiped my face, and went back in. The curtain had been pulled back, and I realized Anna Teresa's patient was Kurt. She looked around, and their conversation faltered to a halt with my second appearance. Kurt rolled his head toward me, brows turned up in concern. "You okay?" My eyes were probably red, but I couldn't do anything about that. "Yep, I just didn't want to barge in when she was working with you." I kept my smile calibrated to be approachable but not cheery. Eugene had told me not to question him, and I wouldn't. But I was here now, and running away seemed pointless. Privacy is important. Kurt laid a hand against his forehead in mock anguish. "Oh, the shame if anyone should accidentally learn I have polio." He lowered his hand and gave a small, earnest smile. "Seriously, though, I'm glad you're feeling better." For a moment, I looked at Anna Teresa with a brief panic that she had told Kurt about the anorexia. Sorry, I started to do the same instead of eh.
Okay. For a moment, here we go.
Okay.
I'm glad you're feeling better.
For a moment, I looked at Anna Teresa with a brief panic that she had told Kurt about the anorexia, and then realized he only meant that my husband was dead. Eyes stinging, I straightened the curtains as if they needed that. "Has the cramping been as bad?" "No, it's pretty much stopped." He gestured toward his legs. "Wait until you see my spiffy new braces." "That's exciting." I turned with an expression of curiosity, and my breath caught in my throat. In the 2 weeks since I had seen him, Kurt's legs had atrophied visibly. I had entertained the idea he might be faking the severity of the disease, and that idea got crossed off my list. Each leg had a brace, crafted from aluminum and strapped down with equipment tethers. "Wow, nice work. Who made those?" "Actual rocket scientists." His voice sounded upbeat, but he was staring at the ceiling, blinking a little too rapidly. "The right foot was starting to twist, and hopefully this will stop it." Anna Teresa rested her hand on Kurt's shoulder. "It will be better when we can get you home." "Joy." He rolled his head to look at the doctor. "Here, maybe I can support myself with these if I keep working at it. On Earth, I'll be in a chair, and that'll be that." That surprised me. If I were Icarus, I would not tip my hand about having some mobility. A chair didn't stop Roosevelt. Having said that, I also knew Franklin went to great lengths to hide his disability from the public. The press had a gentleman's agreement never to photograph a minute. No one reported on what it cost him to get to a lectern and speak from a standing position. You can do anything you want to when you get back. Not fly. He wasn't wrong. If Eugene had agreed with my plan, it would have been an opening. Anna Teresa rolled a wheeled chair over. It was an unholy alliance of a launch couch and an office chair. With it, Kurt would be able to sit up and be moved about, but completely at the mercy of someone else. With an easy efficiency I envied, Anna Teresa transferred Kurt to the wheelchair. The doctor got behind the chair. "Give me a moment and I'll be right with you." "Thanks, I'm just in for reading glasses." "Ah, certainly. I'll set up the...
Certainly after certainly. Let's see. Here we go.
Okay.
Ah, certainly.
I'll set up the eye chart when the lights went out. Blink, and the emergency lights popped on. I looked at my watch even though I knew it would be another 16 minutes. I did not like how much the frequency of these had increased. Anna Teresa was scowling at the lights. Kurt twisted his head to look at her. "Hey, Doc, why did you let Nicole take me back to the polio ward? That'll give you time to set up." Adrenaline.
Adrenaline. Here we go.
That'll give you time to set up.
Adrenaline flooded water.
Okay.
Okay.
That'll give you time to set up.
Adrenaline flooded my body, and I stayed in a neutral posture. Why would Kurt want to get me alone? He couldn't stand, so I was reasonably confident he didn't want to attack me. Sure, that'll give us time for the power to come back on. Anna Teresa shook her head, looking at my cast. "You can't transfer him to the bed." Kurt waved a hand. "I actually want to sit up for a while. The ceiling is getting old." Before the doctor could object more, I got behind Kurt's chair and pushed him to the door. "Back in a minute." Getting the chair over the threshold of the door took a little effort. My cast dug into the web of my thumb as I tipped the chair back to get the wheels over the lip, but I managed to get Kurt into the hall without Anna Teresa chasing us to help. The moment we were out the door, Kurt leaned his head back, trying to see me. "How long do the batteries on the emergency lights last?" Hot and cold chased along the length of my spine. We were in lunar night right now, and the colony got a significant amount of its power from the sun. On my giant list of things, I had not thought... on my giant list of things... Okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
Significant amount of its power from the sun.
On my giant list of things, I had not thought about running the emergency batteries down. If something happened to take out the main power plant, it would be another week before we saw the sun. That's a good question. "Stop the chair for a second, would you?" I did. Sorry. Sorry, husband.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And also, since I've got it up, just looking at the ye old chat on that y'all are making. Okay.
After would you?
Mm-hmm.
Stop the chair for a second, would you?
Stop at the chair?
Here we go.
That's a good question.
Stop the chair for a second, would you? I did, curious about where he was headed, but also conscious that Eugene was right. I was not firing on all cylinders. "What's up?" He reached into the breast pocket on his pajama top and pulled out a folded paper. It was torn from the newspaper our local press office generated from an aggregate of news back on Earth. "Can we talk about this?" I looked down at the page he handed me. "Governor's wife claims terrorists responsible for a husband's death." I swallowed and wet my lips. "What aspect?" "That you think I'm responsible for..." He waved his hands at the lights. "This." I handed the paper back to him. "Why would you think that?" "Well, let's see. One of the incidents you cite in the article was our landing. So the controller was either screwed up ahead of time, or someone did it mid-trip, or it was faked. 2 of those scenarios mean me, Mikey, Helen, or Eugene. I was the pilot when we sat down. True, that was the reasoning we had used as well. Was he going to talk about how impossible it was? Could you have faked it? Sure. I was a test pilot. Half of what we did was getting aircraft to fail on purpose so we could figure out recovery techniques. He twisted his head again. Could you come around front? It's hard to see you. True, which was useful. On the other hand, it was also hard to see him. I walked around and kept and watched.
Let me check one thing, and we've got one dropout here.
Okay.
Let's do the dropout first. I looked down at the page he handed me, please.
Okay.
Previous page.
Got it.
Here we go.
Can we talk about this?
I looked down at the page he handed me.
Okay. And then you kind of say, well, let's see.
Okay.
This.
Well, let's see.
Are you good with the way it is?
I am fine with that.
Okay. So I walked around. Here we go.
On the other hand, it was also hard to see him.
I walked around and watched my shadow from the emergency lights. I kept the shadow of my head just below his chin, which gave me a clear view of his face and left the emergency lights in his eyes. It will be easier if I understand your goal here. He sighed and drummed his fingers on the arm of his chair. Trying to help. He pointed at the lights. The way the blackouts are getting more frequent, I'm wondering if your saboteurs are trying to run things down. Possible. I let him see me sigh. I pursed my lips in thought and deliberately cocked my head as I considered him. What would you do if you were me in this scenario? I wouldn't believe a damn thing out of my mouth. He squinted against the light. How do I change that? If he was Icarus, he was very, very good. I might not be firing on all cylinders, but I felt more alive in that moment than I had since Nathaniel had called from the hospital and said my name. I let the moment stretch and unfold, giving him silence to fill. He waited me out. I didn't take the bait. I just smiled and got back behind his chair. I promise I'll think about what you've said. Eugene towered over me, hands on his hips, and I felt very, very small, as if I might disappear under the conference room table. I told you not to talk to him! The other people in our group studied the architecture, a map, or their nails. Helen made a note in her log. None of them were helping me. I tried to keep my spine straight, but honestly, how had I thought that Myrtle was the scary one? No, it wasn't that he was angry. Eugene was disappointed in me. I lifted my chin. This is why I disengaged from the conversation as soon as I could. No, you did not. The moment he asked you to wheel him out of the room, you could have used that. He pointed a finger at my cast, as an easy reason to say no. You made a deliberate choice. I bit my lower lip. I had reported to Eugene the moment I got Kurt back into his room. I didn't even pick up the reading glasses. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'm aware of the possibility that I'm being manipulated. But now that it's done, what do we do with the information? What information? That he knows you're investigating the sabotage? That's not news. I sighed. That he's raised the question of batteries and power supply. Assume he's Icarus. There's something he wants to happen with the power supply that he can't do. If he's not, then he's right that the frequency increase might be an attempt to drain our batteries. Helen frowned over her notebook. Then why not have it occur for longer than 16 minutes? I have no idea. She kept working. occasionally scribbling a line of numbers. At the table across from me, Myrtle sat with her ankles crossed, studying the map of the moon. Why do we run both scenarios? Halim and I can take the Kurt is innocent scenario. She looked up at her husband. You and Nicole can work Kurt is Icarus. There's another option. I picked at the edge of my cast. Do you know what a presumptive is? No, Halim said. Rather than trying to get him to confess, we presume he is an enemy agent. In this scenario, the lights cut out again. God damn it! Moments later, the emergency lights snapped on, and we were all looking at our watches. Halim lifted his gaze to look at me. So, how long does it take? Sorry, one more time on him.
We've got a couple things to get.
Okay.
He squinted against the light. Let's see here. I wouldn't believe a damn word out of my mouth on page 385. I think he said thing.
Okay. Got it.
Here we go.
If you were me in this scenario,
I wouldn't believe a damn word out of my mouth.
Great. And then, I thought I heard a noise. Let's see. But it's in the clear, so let me just cut it out.
squinted against it. If he was Icarus, he was very, very good. I changed that. If he was Icarus, he was very
great. And then close to where we stopped. Why don't we run?
Okay.
You can see whether you want to change this or not. Take a listen.
Why do we run both scenarios?
Yeah.
Okay. Just that phrase through scenarios or scenarios. Here we go.
Studying the map of the moon.
Why do we run both scenarios?
Great. Thank you.
Sweetly.
And then picking it up. All right, after look at me.
Okay.
Here we go.
Tim lifted his gaze to look at me.
So, how long does it take to drain the emergency batteries? Approximately 90 minutes, depending on draw. So I'd retained something useful during my time reading manuals. Helen, how many power outages? She held up a finger to silence me. With the other hand, she scribbled a line of text on one part of the page and then jumped.
The other hand, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, and then jumped, sorry.
Okay.
A line of text on one part of the page.
And then jumped to another to jot a figure down. I need a map of Earth. Eugene moved. He disappeared.
He disappeared?
Eugene moved.
He disappeared out the door at a run that was long and low. Helen shouted, "And a ruler!" "Got it!" came from the hall. The rest of us stayed completely still while Helen did her navcomp thing. I gnawed on the inside of my cheek, watching her compute. The 4 minutes it took Eugene to run 2 doors down to his office, grab a nap. I mean, honestly, that does not sound like a bad thing.
It's a cat nap.
I have a theory on cat naps. I think.
Which is?
So cats actually sleep 80% of the day. That's So a cat nap is a misnomer because it's not a fast nap.
Right.
I think it's that a cat nap is what occurs when you walk past a sleeping cat and are unable to stay awake.
It's a power that they have.
Yes. It's like,
I agree with that.
that you were not planning on taking a nap, but a cat happened, so you had to take a cat nap.
I like it. Let's see here. 4 minutes took Eugene to run 2 doors down to his office after office.
Okay.
Here we go.
To run 2 doors down to his office.
Grab a map and run back might as well have been spent waiting for a launch. We were that tense and hyper-aware. I heard his footsteps easily without the fans running. A moment later, he grabbed the doorframe to change his vector state, swinging into the conference room. Eugene arrested his forward momentum with a hand on the coffee table. There's no coffee table.
Eugene arrested. Here we go.
Swinging into the conference room.
Eugene arrested his forward momentum with a hand on the table and slapped an atlas and a ruler down next to Helen. She half glanced at him and saw us staring at her. It's a satellite. One more time.
She half. Here we go.
Glanced at him and saw us staring at her.
It's a satellite. A satellite? Myrtle straightened. They're bouncing a signal here. Eugene's eyes widened. A signal for what? From where? His gaze dropped to the map. I'll keep quiet and let you figure that out. 16 minutes later, the lights were back on, and Helen had requested 2 additional reference books. Without being asked, Myrtle had acquired a yellow legal pad, which she'd offered to Helen by means of sliding it next to the logbook she was working in. Helen switched to it as seamlessly as if it had always been there. She drew a circle on an enlarged map of the United States. Kansas. I can't get more detailed with the materials on hand, but deductively it is almost certainly Kansas City. Get me a list of satellites and their orbits, and I can tell you exactly which satellite they are hitting. But you think it is not, it's not.
But you think it's not. Here we go.
Which satellite they are hitting.
But you think it's not Lunetta. She shook her head. Lunetta has a different orbital pattern. Eugene leaned on the table, looking at the map. Do you know why? Cracking her neck, Helen leaned back in her chair and stretched. Pausing for water.
Okay.
Okay.
1 second. Okay. Helen leaned back. Here we go.
Cracking her neck,
Helen leaned back in her chair and stretched. Y-16? Yes. That's how long the satellite is in line of sight, which tells us that they have a single base, as we thought. If you want to know what they are sending up on that signal, I cannot tell you. You mean besides turn the power off? Eugene said. There are more efficient ways to do that if they have a man on the moon. The power failures started 2 days after landing, before the polio epidemic struck. She looked back at the notes she scratched and grimaced. I think we'll get 1 more outage today and 4 tomorrow. Regardless of intent, that will be more than enough to drain the emergency batteries. Eugene steepled his fingers together and bent his head with the tips pressed to his mouth. Not quite praying, because his eyes were open and squinting in concentration, but working the problem in his own head. All right. We can address the lights by pulling backup batteries out of storage and swapping them in key places. We'll hook the emergency generators up to life support for the main dome. I'd give a lot to stop the blackouts from happening. From deep in the recesses of my mind, an idea scratched, something related to satellite protocols. I grabbed the manual I'd been reading from a previous iteration of the lunar base and flipped through the pages, trying to jog the idea loose. It didn't feel like something I'd read recently, though. It felt like something I used to know. Is there a copy of the first manual for the lunar base? I stood. Never mind, it's in the library. Eugene lifted his head. Say you have something for me, Worgen. I hesitated because it was something I only half remembered from when I'd been one of 6 people up here. That information had been scraped away and overlaid by new iterations of the base. I want to look at the original specs for the RPDAs. Remote Power Distribution Assembly. Helen shook her head. That's just referring to moving power from from a central source, though.
Can we do it? Myrtle shook her head.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Power Distribution Assembly.
Myrtle shook her head. That's just referring to removing that
Power Distribution Assembly.
Myrtle shook her head. That's just referring to moving power from a central source, though. Now, yes. But they also contain 1 or more RPCMs, which used to mean Remote Power Control Modules. My heart was beating a little faster as talking dragged that old information kicking and screaming into the forefront of my brain. Of our group, in fact, of the people on the moon currently, I was the only one who had been stationed in the very first iteration of the lunar base. Part of the contingency plan was that Kansas Ground Control could assume remote control in case of catastrophic failure. The trigger was a power failure which caused the system to look for a satellite signal from Earth. I saw them get it, with the intake of breath and a settling in as they got ready to deal with the ramifications. All of us thinking.
Here we go.
To deal with the ramifications.
All of us thinking about that box in Midtown of legacy systems, which were still linked in for redundancy. I wanted to get to the library to look at that manual. I wanted to be remembering wrong. I think they can assume remote control over every aspect of the base, not just the power.
Let me check 2 things, please.
Sure thing.
Can you listen to I wanted to get to the library and see if you're cool with it?
Okay.
I wanted to get to the library to look at that manual.
I can smooth that out.
Cool. Here we go.
Still linked in for redundancy.
I wanted to get to the library to look at that manual.
Okay. And then I thought I heard some noises at the end there.
Okay.
Just after base, just the last little phrase.
Every aspect of the...
And then are we going on, or do you need a break?
I would like a break. We've been going for about 2 hours, so I don't need to take lunch, but if I could just take a 5 minutes.
Sure. Let's just get this last little phrase.
Okay.
Every aspect of the base.
Not just the power.
Cool. All right.
Okay.
So back at 10?
Yes, your time. Had this moment
Yes,
of
sorry, 11. Yes.
back on the hour. Back on the hour.
Yes, back on the
indeed.
hour. There you
Okay.
go. All right.
All right. I am. I'm going to subject these nice people to the music while we wander away.
Sounds good.
Okay, 5 minutes, and we'll be back.
Okay. Thanks.
Hey there. Oh, wait, look at me forgetting to put the blanket back up. I actually had put it back up and then discovered that Sadie was in here, which would have been fine if she were doing the sleeping routine of Sadie being in here, but she was doing the I would like to talk to you version of being in here.
I heard her. She was very cute.
Okay, so what are we fixing?
Page 375. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Fourth line from the top.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep.
We said Eugene arranged. This is supposed to
Rearranged.
Up to up through repairs.
Okay.
That's all we need.
The sides of the cast off my arm.
Eugene rearranged facilities here during the repairs.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so when it comes to very emotional scenes, what's harder, writing it or reading it or just even conceiving it in the first place? That's, I don't know the answer. I think probably writing it. But by that I mean it's mechanically difficult to do, to make sure that I'm hitting the beats that I need to be hit in a way that causes you to have the same emotions that I want you to have. I often can tell that the scene is working because I'm crying while I'm writing it. So it's a mix. I'm just.
I'm finding the next spot here.
Okay.
I almost pitched over trying to lift her. My limbs felt like jelly, and that wasn't the CO2's fault right now. That was.
That wasn't the CO2's fault right now. Let me see.
What page?
It's on page 3. I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. It's on page 361.
Okay.
Second paragraph, 1, 2, 3, fourth line. We just added the fault from the line below.
Okay.
Yeah, let's just do it. You're going to be faster than I am on this. From after lift her. So my limbs through right now. Here we go.
I almost pitched over trying to lift her.
My limbs felt like jelly, and that wasn't the CO2 right now.
One sec.
It seems like you've really gotten into your groove, MRK. Is it practice, getting further into the book? Is it because the emotional beats are what you started writing with, or are you more familiar? It is actually, this happens when I am narrating other people's books too. The more emotional a scene is, the more fluidly I tend to read. And I've talked to other narrators who say that they have the same experience. What the thinking is that because the emotional intensity is that you're so invested and present in the scene that you're not thinking about other things. So typically when I'm stumbling, it's because I'm actually thinking about something else other than the book. Not always. Sometimes it's just things, but that is often what's happening. So that's, and the other thing also, frequently with a lot of these scenes, I'm slow, like my pace slows down, and you just don't trip as often when you're moving slower.
All right, I've got those 2 fixes.
Great.
So that's what we had to get, as far as I can tell right now.
Okay.
Yep.
Back to what page?
390.
Okay.
Here we go.
Not just power.
40. Air Force Studies Scope of Mission in Space Program by Jack Raymond, special to the National Times. Kansas City, May 26, 1963. The Air Force has undertaken a series of studies of its future that could conceivably lead to dramatic new missions in space or to a sharp reduction in its present roles and missions. At this stage, it can be reported, the administration is by no means convinced of the necessity of some ambitious non-military space proposals. The studies were prompted by the changing character of air weapons technology and government strategy for nuclear weapons. But an important impulse for the reassessment was the Denley administration's belief that as resources on the planet dwindle, America must establish dominance in space. The studies have been named Project Forecast. They have been compared with the famous report, Toward the Stars, that was drafted by a team headed by Dr. Nathaniel York and his wife in the days after the meteors struck a decade ago. The difference between that earlier...
The difference, here we go.
Meteors struck a decade ago.
The difference between that earlier report. So right there, I'm just going to flag this one since we were talking about it. Part of what's happening is that the difference between that earlier report is that part of my brain is still thinking, I really loved the Dr. Nathaniel York and his wife. Such an obnoxious little piece of sexism there that absolutely would have happened in the moment. And still happens today. And so part of my brain was still over there instead of being on what I'm supposed to be reading on the page.
All right. I appreciate that actually as it went by too. I noticed it and thought actually the same things. Here we go.
The meteors struck a decade ago.
The difference between that earlier report, also earlier report, who the fuck wrote this?
Same place. Here we go.
The meteors struck a decade ago.
The difference between that earlier report. Ha.
The meteors struck a decade ago.
The difference between that earlier report, ordered by then President Brannon, I'll get through this sentence someday.
Ordered by then, we're past the earlier report though.
Thank God.
Mm-hmm.
Difference between that earlier report,
ordered by then President Brannon, and the one now in preparation, however, is that a mood of global cooperation prevailed then. Now the mood is that of a service approaching a fight for existence. No publicity has been given the new Air Force studies, which were ordered quietly May 6th by President Denley. The air in the conference room, with a gaggle of engineers drinking coffee and arguing across freeze-dried donuts, had grown stale hours ago. My ass was sore from having been in the same chair since that morning. Eugene sat at the head.
Eugene, here we go.
and in the same chair since that morning.
Eugene sat at the head of the table with his hand on his chin. One more time, just let me smooth that all out.
Okay.
And in the same chair since that morning.
Eugene sat at the head of the table with his hand on his chin, listening to the chief of every systems department and the lead engineer on the moon hash out what needed to be disconnected and in what order. If you take out water circulation at that stage, we've no way to reject waste heat. Christian Godfrey, lead electrical systems engineer, had the sort of perfect British voice that makes it clear he had gotten the ever-living shit beaten out of him in boarding school. What about the EETCS? I asked. The early external...
The early, here we go.
CS, I asked.
The early external thermal control system had existed just for the first 6 months of the colony, before we got the permanent external. This is a piece that was on the ISS originally. Also for just...
And wasn't...
Also intended, like, much of this is from the ISS. Not all of it, but
And was similarly replaced after 6 months?
Yep.
It was just interim?
Yep.
Interesting. Is it still there and possibly functional as a backup?
I don't know, actually. Probably. I mean, they don't.
Nowhere to put
Although,
it.
I don't know. There are a lot of legacy systems up there. Because it's frequently easier to just leave it than to attempt to remove it. And since removing things often involves asking people to do a spacewalk,
Right.
you're like, does this need to come off? No, let's not risk someone's life.
Makes sense.
I really should have cleaned my glasses when we were on break.
Did you do that real quick?
I'm
Gonna
frantically
bother you?
rubbing them with my my shirt, and it's fine. I used to narrate uphill both ways in the snow.
Barefoot.
Barefoot.
Okay, let's do it after Colony, please.
Okay?
First 6 months of the colony.
Before we got the permanent external thermal control system assembled.
Same place, please.
First 6 months of the colony.
Before we got the permanent external thermal control system assembled. I would have killed for my own copy of the first manual for the lunar base with all of my notes scribbled in the margins, but flipping through the library copy had helped jog my memory. Parts of that were repurposed for the PVTCS loops, right? Is that something we could use as a patch? Perhaps. See here, our lunar backrooms are quite good, but as I have iterated before, I would feel significantly safer if Kansas ran the simulation for us, he protested. Again. Eugene lowered his hand. I told you the parameters at the start. We cannot ask Kansas for help without alerting. He's not going to go informal there.
Let's take from British guy, whose name suddenly Christian. Let's take from
Yes.
Christian. I would feel significantly safer if Kansas ran this as a simulation for
Thank you,
us.
thank you, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Let me find here. From our lunar backrooms, I think, because we don't have
Okay.
a break before that. Or, yeah.
Okay.
After. Oh, wait a minute. Safer. Oh, all we need is if.
Okay.
Safer. Yeah, if Kansas. Yep,
Okay.
Here we go.
Would feel significantly safer.
If Kansas ran this as a simulation for us, he protested. Again.
Great. Okay. Picking it up with We Cannot.
Okay.
From We Cannot, Eugene. Here we go.
Told you the parameters at the start. We cannot ask Kansas for help without alerting Earth first.
Sorry. I heard
Stomach.
something.
Yep.
Yeah. Here we go.
Told you the parameters at the start. We cannot ask Kansas for help without alerting Earth first that we have found their back door. If you raise this one more time, I'll ask you to send your assistant in to take your spot.
I am making a statement about my comfort level, which translates.
Which translates to
Statement about my comfort level, which translates directly to a process you would like me to sign off on. If you simply want people who say yes, then you're courting disaster. The pasty white man wet his lips and shot a glance at me. I do not think hysterical panic serves us. Hysterical? I could have killed him with my fountain pen. He only lived because I didn't have one on the moon. What a fascinating word choice. Eugene did that thing where he tipped his chin down just a little and his face hardened, but it was the only movement he made.
Your assistant is Mavis Davis. Am I correct?
Now see here. He glanced around the room, looking for support, but the other engineers had suddenly found their notebooks very interesting. I would be irresponsible if I did not voice my concerns.
5 times in the space of 2 hours over parameter I explained at the top of the morning.
Eugene checked his watch and held up a finger. We have 30 seconds. Sorry.
You have. Here we go. Oh, wait a minute. We'll say. If you simply want people who will say yes, I think you just said it. Who say yes?
Okay.
Back on the previous page. 1,
Got
2,
it.
3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Here we go.
Says you would like me to sign off on.
If you simply want people who will say yes, then you're courting disaster.
Thank you. Back where we were. You have 30 seconds.
Okay.
Here we go.
Watch, and held up a finger.
You have 30 seconds.
To explain everything that's...
No, until we lose power again.
Eugene pointed to the door.
You'll want to get to the other side of the airlock to Midtown before that happens. I suggest running. 20 seconds.
He ran. 20 seconds after that, we lost power on the schedule Helen had predicted. A little over.
A little over. Here we go.
On the schedule Helen had predicted.
A little over 16 minutes after that, Mavis joined us, and we had no more troubles with hysteria. Also, I was absolutely right about the EETCS. Sometimes it pays to be old hat. As much as we wanted to hurry, there is a difference between efficiency and rushing. Slow is fast applied to every aspect of the space program. So we spent all of Sunday hashing out exactly how we were going to pull the legacy systems offline. Monday morning, Mavis Davis, whose parents must have been delightful people, leaned out of the legacy remote power control module. Mavis Davis, also a real person, is my massage therapist and an electrical engineer. And she was getting her certification while I was writing this. But Davis is not her last name. Or no, wait. Davis is her last name. Mavis is not her original first name. It is a chosen name because her original first name she didn't like for reasons. Mavis was a nickname that her friends gave her, and so she chose it. And it's like, no one forgets my name now. I was like, that is correct. Also, it is a fantastic name, and may I use it?
It is a fantastic name.
Yeah.
Okay, so delightful people after delightful people.
Yes.
His parents must have been delightful people.
Leaned out of the legacy remote power control module. She was a broad-shouldered woman with a deep Tennessee accent and a wicked understanding of all things electrical. Nicole, can you take a look at a tablet for me? I think it's legacy even for the legacy system. Sure. I had been parked by the RPCM just in case something like this turned up. We're supposed to document everything, but there's best practices and actual practices. For instance, I probably would have forgotten to eat breakfast this morning if I hadn't been working with Eugene, even though I know better. I squeezed past her into the space and followed the beam of her flashlight to a rack of equipment in the bottom of the module. I brought my own flashlight.
Yep. Let's get...
Machine just choked?
Machine choked, yes, but I think I got right up to right before you stumbled, so
Oh,
I think
fantastic.
it's okay. But there's a label. You said something different than label, I think.
Great.
Let's see here. You said, can you take a look at a tablet for me as opposed to a label? You see where I am?
Any moment now I will. Yes, I do.
Okay. Just that phrase, please.
Nicole. Nicole!
Can you take a look at a label for me? In
What's
answer
that?
to a question, MRK goes native. Not quite. I actually grew up in North Carolina, so Elma's accent is closer to my own, but my family is from East Tennessee. And some of my, as we say, some of my mama's people are real country. So I am channeling that accent for. This is actually a thicker accent than the real Mavis has.
1 second.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little bit of a click in the same punch we just did. One more time, please.
Okay.
Nicole. Nicole!
Can you take a look at a label for me?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then Beeb. Squeeze past her. Right, after module, so we're good.
Okay.
Equipment in the bottom of the module.
I brought my own flashlight up and squinted at the label in question. Sighing, I slid down my brand new reading glasses. I slid my brand new reading glasses down.
Sighing, here we go.
And squinted at the label in question.
Sighing, I slid my brand new reading glasses.
And squinted at the label in question.
Sighing, I slid my brand new reading glasses down from the top of my head, and the handwritten label popped into focus. VRCS, do not decouple without authorization. My brain sent up a flare that this was familiar, except I had no idea what VRCS was. It took staring at it for another second before I stiffened. The upstroke of the V, the specific curve of the S, the slightly too broad U. Those had been on the library card for the long tomorrow as part of faux Vicky Shoe's name.
That's part, here we go.
Library card for the long tomorrow.
As part of faux Vicky Shoe's name. I could be mistaken, of course, because both were small sample sets, but given the context, I was not taking bets on being wrong. I backed away from the device and kept my face relaxed as I turned to
I backed, here we go.
Not taking bets on being wrong.
I backed away from the device and kept my face relaxed as I turned to Mavis. I'm not sure. Oh. She knew enough about the situation to understand this might be bad. It was. On two fronts. With everything going on, we had never followed up with Frisch about the book and how it had gotten into his office. That was bad. But what was worse was that Icarus had been in the RPCM, and I had no idea what this thing was that he had installed. I eased out of the RPCM and slid my glasses back onto the top of my head. I'm calling Eugene. Don't do anything to it, but do look to see what it would take to uninstall it.
Don't do anything, here we go.
Head. I'm calling Eugene.
Don't do anything to it, but do look to see what it would take to uninstall it. Eugene followed me back to the RPCM, head down, as he listened to me brief him on what we'd found. Both of us were moving fast enough that we were having to lean into our momentum. People saw us come out of the tube from admin and got out of the way. He checked his watch.
Helen says we have another blackout in 2 hours, assuming they keep to schedule today. You think that's the thing they're using to kill the power?
I shook my head. I genuinely don't know. I thought they were exploiting the satellite link. At the RPCM, Mavis's team clustered around the door. One man had schematics unrolled on the floor next to the module. Another woman leaned in the door with Mavis, nodding earnestly.
Another, here we go.
I'm going to also just...
Rolled on the floor next to the module.
Another woman leaned in the door with Mavis, nodding earnestly. A third electrician was positioning a large rolling tool chest. He looked around as we came up and tapped Mavis on the shoulder, gesturing to us. She extricated herself from the RPCM, flashlight in hand, and stood to greet us. "We can take it out. It's a radio." I wanted to shout, "Don't touch it!" even though I knew they would not. All the same, my heart felt like it was a misaligned engine oscillating in my chest. "Is it wired into comms?" She shook her head. "Into the EPS, electrical power system." And there was really only one reason to wire a radio into an electrical system you already had control of. I let my breath.
Here we go. Oh, wait. Even though I knew they would not have.
Okay.
You said it, even though they would not.
Okay.
Here we go.
To shout, "Don't touch it!"
Even though I knew they would not have.
Great, thank you. Control of, after control of, so all right. Or no, I let my breath out.
Okay.
System you already had control of.
I let my breath out very slowly. All right. Do we have anyone who has defused a bomb before? The guy with the schematics on the floor looked up at the RPCM so fast he overbalanced and fell. Mavis bent to help him up, shaking her head. "The explosives aren't here, dummy." She glanced at me. "Do I have that right? Y'all think this is a remote-controlled booby trap? We pull it out and someplace else something goes boom?" I nodded while beside me, Eugene turned in a circle, looking at all the people who were going about their business in Midtown. He took in a breath and settled his shoulders, getting ready to work. "Give me a minute to talk to the fellas." She turned back to her team as calmly as if this were a sim, and I could guarantee that active saboteur was not a situation she would have hit in training. Eugene watched them and leaned down to murmur,
"Thank God for competent people."
Oops, sorry, he went way southern there.
Okay. We gotta get one little dropout. Let me find it real quick. After beside me, through in Midtown, please. So I nodded.
Got it.
Here we go.
I nodded while beside me,
Eugene turned in a circle, looking at all the people who were going about their business in Midtown.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Thank God for competent people.
Okay.
to them and leaned down to murmur.
"Thank God for competent people."
He raised his head and looked around again.
"You think it's tied to the busy bee?"
"That is my fear, yes." He tightened his fists.
"I want to evacuate people, but I don't know where to send them because we don't know where that damn thing is."
I don't know where to send them. Here we go.
"I want to evacuate people, but I don't know where to send them because we don't know where that damn thing is."
Birgit. I pressed my fingernails into the side of my right thumb. She worked in munitions and has mobility.
"And was nowhere near the cockpit before or during the flight."
Eugene rubbed his forehead, grimacing.
"But we keep talking about Kurt or Birgit when it could be Kurt and Birgit."
"Talk to her and—" "Okay!" Mavis turned back to us, blue eyes alight with what looked like a plan. Two of the electricians had turned to their large tool chest, while the third crouched on the schematic, making notes on the large sheet of paper. "We can put in a dummy load that will mock the radio. The point being, we can pull it out, but doing it during the blackout is best. It's got to have a mechanism to tell that power has been interrupted in such a way that it doesn't go off. If we pull it then...
Let's see here. listen to Mock the Radio and see if you're cool with it.
Okay.
Here it is.
We can put in a dummy load that will mock the radio. The point being...
Yeah, no, that's correct. This originally, and I don't know why it's not there, originally there was a moment when she realized that they had no idea what she was saying, and the punctuation does not represent that, so I just put it back in with my acting.
Got it. Okay, so then from if we pull it out, please.
Okay.
...it in such a way that it doesn't go off.
Sorry. Got it.
No worries. Here we go.
...it in such a way that it doesn't go off.
If we pull it then and put a line in to span the gap and make allowances for resistance and change, etc., and so forth, then it should believe...
Sorry. Making allowances.
Okay.
Is it and make? Here we go.
...it in such a way that it doesn't go off.
Making allowances for change and resistance, etc., and so forth, then it should believe that the radio is still there. Eugene pursed his lips, and you could almost see the silent scales he was weighing his options on.
16 minutes. You sure you can do that?
Honestly, Mavis looked offended. Yes, I'm
1 second.
The thing that I started to say earlier was that when I talked about the electricians that were there, originally they were all men, and I had to remind myself that in this scenario, Mavis is not the only woman in her department, because we are building towards a future in which there is equality, and so, but I have to undo my own programming about what to expect in a scene like this. Which, if you watch anything, there's so many things where, like, there's one woman who's the, spunky outlier. I'm like, no, she's not. She's super competent, but she's not actually the only woman in the electrical engineering department.
Let's take it. I got a text. Let's make sure that's nothing to do with us. Nope.
Awesome.
Okay. Honestly, Mavis looked offended. After offended, please.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, Mavis looked offended.
Yes, I'm sure as the day is long and the lunar day is 2 weeks. She jerked her finger over her shoulder. I have the guys setting up, but we won't go ahead until you give the say-so. Eugene's jaw worked for a moment, and then he nodded. Do it. We watched.
Here we go.
And he nodded. Do it.
We watched Mavis and her crew work, and my entire body was tight with the urge to do something. The most useful thing I could do was to be on call in case there was something else oddball deep in the belly of the RPCM. So I dropped into the attentive wife posture I use so often with... I tilted my head back and stared at the dome, hoping that most of the tears would roll back down my sinuses. The translucent dome was dark, with just a glowing orb in the lower quadrant. Earth. With the protective filtering of the dome, it was like seeing the moon through clouds.
You okay?
Eugene's voice was low. I nodded and swiped under my eyes. You should go. Fishing a handkerchief out of my pocket, I wiped.
Fishing. Here we go. Fishing.
My eyes. You should go.
Fishing a handkerchief out of my pocket, I wiped my nose. In case this doesn't work, we shouldn't both be in the same module. I could see him want to argue and be too smart to follow through on that.
Agreed. I do not like this, though.
Eugene set his hands on his hips, shaking his head.
I'm going to do a preliminary evacuation for non-essential personnel. Get them into the busy bees so if something does go wrong, they are prepped to move to safety.
Neither of us talked about the scenario in which there was no safe haven, where Icarus hadn't left bombs in just one location, but in all of the outposts. There are...
There are, here we go.
Yep.
But in all of the outposts.
There are contingencies you can plan for, and then there are the ones where the people you love have to make... okay.
Here we go.
But in all of the outposts.
There are contingencies you can plan for, and then there are the ones where the people you love have to make the plans. Mavis's team had used the 2 hours to come up with a definitive plan and practice it as much as they could without actually touching the radio wired into the RPCM. Midtown was deserted. Downstairs, Lunar Ground Control had closed their airlock and everyone was working in IVP suits, ready to go visors down as soon as the blackout hit. The engineering team couldn't. The RPCM had not been built to accommodate a spacesuit. My cast meant I was sitting in my astronaut onesie with an emergency oxygen mask propped on my head. All I had for tools were a watch and a walkie-talkie. Halim also had a walkie-talkie and was sitting downstairs waiting downstairs.
Let's get a couple quick things,
Okay.
please. There are the contingencies you can plan for, and then there are ones. I think you said then there are the ones.
Okay.
All we need is that phrase, and then there are ones.
Okay.
Through the end of that little phrase. Here we go.
There are contingencies you can plan for.
And then there are ones where...
There are contingencies you can plan for.
And then there are ones where the people you love have to make the plans.
Sorry, have to make plans.
Shit. I want that
Hold
the
on
to
one
be in
sec.
there someplace.
Oh,
Despite
you
the
do
fact
want that in there, yeah.
that
Yeah.
it's not in the manuscript at all.
We actually only need to have to do the phrase after love. So have to make plans is all I need.
Okay.
Here we go.
There are ones where the people you love.
Have to make the plans. Ah, shit! For fuck's sake.
There are ones where the people you love.
Have to make plans.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Then there's a little dropout. Can you find it? Actually touching. We could do it right after or without. And just finish out that phrase.
Wait, sorry, where? Oh, it's yeah. I know where you're.
Okay, just from right after
Yeah.
without. Here we go.
Practice it as much as they could without
Actually touching the radio wired into the RPCM.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, back to where we were. Halim also had a walkie-talkie.
Okay.
Halim also had, yep, here we go.
Okay.
were a watch and a walkie-talkie.
Halim also had a walkie-talkie and was waiting downstairs for us, ready to help with evac if things went meteoric. Not
Ready to
metric.
help.
Just what I almost said. Things are already metric on the moon.
And was waiting downstairs for us.
Ready to help with evac if things went meteoric. Eugene had another walkie-talkie in the admin mod. He'd sent Myrtle and Helen off to pilot Busy Bees, which also had the side effect of making sure his wife was in the safest possible spot. Right decision. And if I were her, I would have murdered him when I got back. I held the talk button down so Eugene and
I held. Here we
Okay.
go.
Have murdered him when I got back.
I held the talk button down so Eugene and Halim could hear me, but this was for the engineers. We're at T-minus 30 seconds on my mark. Copy, T-minus 30. Mavis's voice came from deep in the machine. Do you want me to turn for that? Or
Yes.
do yes. Or do
So,
the
yes,
block
please.
with the hand or both?
Block with the hand. Try the block with the hand.
Okay.
T-minus 30 seconds on my mark.
Copy. T-minus 30. Mavis's
Let's
voice.
have you turn.
Okay.
That was a little subtler than I think it should
Okay.
be.
T-minus 30 seconds on my mark.
Copy. T-minus 30. Mavis's voice came from deep in the machine. She and one of her engineers were poised to work the moment the lights went out. One of the other fellows stood ready to hand supplies.
One of the other.
The moment the lights went out.
One of the other fellows stood ready to hand supplies in, and the third was functioning as an electrician's capcom, reading the procedures they'd written. The procedure.
Reading. Here we go.
Functioning as an electrician's capcom.
Reading the procedure they'd written up so that when time was critical, they did not have to stop and think. The second hand swept around the watch. Mark? Every breath was tight. 20. The lights ringing midtown buzzed with the fans. 10. They would know when the lights went out. 9, 8, 7, but this gave them time to set. 6, 5, 4. Inside, Mavis rose to her knees, hands extended. 3, 2, 1. The lights went out. Around us, the electromagnetic catches on the airlocks released and the doors swung shut. The ripple bang of the hatches locking echoed in the dark. Inside the RPCM, the battery-powered work lights they'd positioned seemed to blaze even brighter in the sudden darkness. Giant shadows cut across the walls as Mavis and her team moved. A moment later, the emergency lights came on. A part of me had honestly expected that we would either not lose power this time or that the emergency lights would fail. The settings are 11... sorry, let me just decide. Hang on.
Okay. We got to go back and get one thing anyway.
Okay. I'm like,
The battery-powered work. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm like, I don't know the background of the person who is doing this particular. Okay. Battery-powered?
Inside the RPCM, the battery-powered work lamps they'd positioned.
Okay.
Just that phrase. I think you said lights.
Mm.
Here we go.
Just locking echoed in the dark.
Inside the RPCM, the battery-powered work lamps they'd positioned seemed to blaze even brighter in the sudden dark.
You sound different somehow.
I put my arms over my
change?
head. Nope, that's... yeah. Stretching.
Sorry.
No.
Same spot.
Okay.
Just locking echoed in the dark.
Inside the RPCM, the battery-powered work lamps they'd positioned seemed to blaze even brighter in the sudden darkness.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, back where we were. Part of me. Here we go.
The emergency lights came on.
A part of me had honestly expected that we would either not lose power this time or that the emergency lights would fail. The settings are 11 Papa, Juliet 3. In the dim light, it almost sounded like a sim. Everyone was calm and efficient. Confirmed, 11 Papa, Juliet 3. I kept my eye on the watch, which was my one actual job here. The second hand seemed to race forward in time with my heart, but if you'd seen me, I was just a woman sitting casually in a plastic.
But if you'd seen me, yeah, here we go.
To race forward in time with my heart.
But if you'd seen me, I was just a woman sitting casually on a plastic chair. I chewed the inside of my lip, waiting. Across my back, all the muscles were so tight they almost creaked with my breath. The minute hand advanced. 5 minutes elapsed time. Copy 5 minutes. Inside, they worked in near silence, only responding when they needed something specific. You can demate Papa 14 from Juliet 14. Roger Wilco, demating now. The engineer at the door took a tangle.
The engineer.
Roger Wilco, demating now.
The engineer at the door took a tangle of cables and set it on the table to the right of the open door. In a smooth motion, she reached to her left and picked up a part, passing it into the compartment. It was like watching a set of wizards dance. Understand that I can do aircraft maintenance. I'm trained in electrical systems on every spacecraft I fly. I had helped install the original unit. My knowledge of electronics compares to theirs like a kite to a T-38 jet. 10 minutes elapsed time. Copy 10 minutes. I was sweating, and all I was doing was sitting there, watching a minute hand on a watch. J106 Alpha in place. With that config, you have a go to decouple the VRCS. Inside my shoes, my toes curled as if I were going to go on point. The VRCS was our mystery radio. It bothered the hell out of me that I didn't know what the letters stood for. Although, for all I knew, it was a random set designed to make anyone who saw it back off because they didn't know what it was. Done. Mavis's voice was strong and directed out to me. We're clear. I wanted to give her a standing ovation. Copy. Elapsed time 14 minutes. I depressed the walkie-talkie button. They're clear. We're moving away from the RPCM now. Eugene's voice crackled in the space.
Good work.
Mavis and the other engineer stepped out of the RPCM. It rankled them to leave their supplies lying around, but they had not argued about the order of operations. I handed them emergency oxygen masks, and we put the EOMs on as we jogged to the stairs. The plan was to get downstairs to the LGC and into their airlock in case the main dome was breached. As I came down the stairs, Halim was waiting in his IVP suit, opening the hatch for us. As a group, we crowded into the airlock, which was not designed to have 5 bodies in it. Halim saluted as he closed the door on us. I wanted him inside. I did not like the plan that left him on the other side of this giant slab of aluminum, even in a suit. In the tiny space, the luminescent dial on my watch seemed unnaturally bright. We were all silent except for our breath. I held my watch out where they could all see it, where we could all see it.
Let's get one quick thing.
Okay.
As we came down the stairs. Like I said, as I came down the stairs.
Thank you.
Yeah, just that's the only phrase I need.
Okay.
Here we go.
In case the main dome was breached.
As we came down the stairs.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I held my watch out where we could. Here we go.
Silent except for our breath.
Sorry, I was just, someone just said that I need to write something specific explicitly about wizards is what this audiobook recording is telling me. That's what Kendra just said. I'm like, yesterday I did random Irish, yes. But I would actually like not everyone to be an English speaker. So I'm trying to make sure that they're not all Anglo-Saxon. Anglo-Saxon specifically.
Got it. I held my watch. Is that where we are? Let's see here.
Yeah, since a lot of Americans are not native English speakers.
That's true. After breath. Here we go.
Silent except for our breath.
I held my watch out where we...
Silent except for our breath.
I held my watch out where we could all see it, even though we'd know when the lights came on. We'd made it into the airlock with a full minute to spare, and it was plenty of time to tense and brace. One of the engineers kept cracking his knuckles. Mavis plucked at the strap of her EOM.
Mavis plucked.
Engineers kept cracking his knuckles.
Mavis plucked at the strap of her EOM. The minute hand hit the 16-minute mark. The lights did not come back on. Dun dun dun. Sorry.
So, moving on or
Mhm.
lunch?
No,
Moving on.
no,
Good.
moving
Okay.
on.
I didn't know if
That's-
you're going to cliffhang or not. But,
No. No, there's plenty of those from here to the end.
excellent. Okay, moving on.
Did not come back on.
41. Earth First issues manifesto. Claims credit for death of governor. Kansas City, May 27th, 1963. The group Earth First has taken credit for the assassination of Governor Kenneth T. Wargan of Kansas earlier this month. In a manifesto sent to multiple newspapers throughout the country, they claimed they had tried a method of diplomacy.
They claim, here we go, in a manifesto.
Wargan of Kansas earlier this month.
In a manifesto sent to multiple newspapers throughout the country, they claimed they had tried a method of diplomacy to try to shift the United States' involvement in the space program.
The United States, from
Okay.
there, we'll punch in at the United States.
Diplomacy to try to shift
The United States' involvement in the space program, and have changed tactics because that failed. What follows is their manifesto printed in full. Exodus 32:27. And he said to them, Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, Put every man his sword upon his thigh, go and return from gate to... It's the most ridiculous thing in the announcer voice. Maybe I won't do it in that voice.
I mean,
I was like, I felt like, put every man his sword upon his thigh, go and return from gate to gate, exterminate, exterminate! Not the mood I was going for.
cameo?
Yeah, total cameo. I had not actually realized how close announcer voice and Dalek voice were to each other. Have I played for you the Dalek relaxation tape? Meditation tape?
No, I don't think you have.
I don't know who did it. It is brilliant. Relax. Breathe in. Breathe out. Relax. 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 It's so good. It's like all of the ridiculously foo-foo things that people say in meditation tapes, and I say this as someone who uses meditation tapes. But in Dalek, it is with the mood music behind it. Ooh, you know, all of this. It's so good.
I'm gonna look that up when we're on break.
Yeah, it's on ye old YouTube. So when we
Yes, indeedy.
all right, let me now address what I'm gonna do with this. I just did a super intense reading the last time we did this, so I'll just do that.
Yes. All right, you ready from
Yeah.
Exodus?
Yes.
is their manifesto printed in full.
Exodus 32:27. And he said to them, Thus saith Lord God of Israel, Put every man his sword upon his thigh, go, and return from gate to gate through the midst of the camp, and let every man kill his brother and friend and neighbor. As the planet Earth recovers from the meteor strike, the United States atrophies. The needs of our fellow Americans have been ignored in favor of the false idol of the moon by an elite who strive to enrich themselves at the expense of the poor and forgotten. 45 minutes later, and we were still without power. Mavis had asked Eugene to bring the hysterical Godfrey back in because he knew the systems, and they had half an hour to solve it before the emergency batteries started dying. The fussy little man strode across Midtown with his chin held high. He shot a glance at me, and his lip curled, but when he got to the engineers, his chin came down. Mavis, how can I help? She looked up from the schematic she and the other electricians were bent over. Christian, thanks. She stepped over to the table with the parts they'd pulled out of the RPCM.
Couple fixes. see here.
God of
Thus saith, I think it's the Lord God of Israel is what,
Okay.
what it says. Thus saith, yes,
Okay.
Just that phrase, please. Here we go.
7. And he said to them,
Thus saith the Lord God of Israel.
Thank you. There we go. And then down the page. Oh, he shot a glance at me and his lip curled a little. You can do that. He shot a glance through when he got to the engineers, please.
Okay. They're wanting to know if you got my announcer as Dalek entire thing as a blooper. And I'm suspecting you did not.
I'm afraid I probably did not.
That's okay.
We were not rolling at that time.
No, but
it's
it is preserved.
It's enshrined.
It
yes.
is enshrined. Here with you.
Yeah. The only place you can find it now.
Yes.
Okay, he shot a glance at me, and his lip curled a little. Here we go.
Okay.
Midtown with his chin held high.
He shot a glance at me, and his lip curled a little, but when he got to the engineers, his chin came down. Mavis.
Thank you.
Okay. Mavis.
Great.
Question. I noticed yesterday there was a lot of emphasis that Nicole had an Omega watch. Is that product placement or just for historical accuracy funsies? It is for historical accuracy funsies. Leanne geeks out and adds, the Omega Speedmaster was the first watch to reach space in 1962 on Sigma 7 mission, the Mercury program. As a result, it was certified by NASA for use in manned missions. Right, so it's a diving watch and it's not affected by pressure changes. So it is just for historical accuracy funsies, and part of the reason that there is a lot of emphasis that Nicole has an Omega watch is because we kept going through that scene over and over again. So it actually sounds like there's more iterations of Omega than there actually are. Also, she's a pilot, and she's going to flaunt that she has a pilot's watch.
Okay, can we punch after Christian? Thanks, please.
Yes.
So starting with she stepped over.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Christian, thanks.
She stepped over to the table with the parts they'd pulled out of the OPCM. This is what we swapped out.
Same place, RPCM. I think you said OPCM.
Operations policy and, manual.
Here we go.
Christian, thanks.
She stepped over to the table with the parts they'd pulled out of the RPCM. This is what we swapped out with the Vandenhovel patch. Figured the blackout would be a time it wasn't going to send a signal and, good God! His face had completely changed. There is no such thing as a Vandenhovel patch, by the way, but Vandenhovel is the last name of a puppeteer friend of mine.
It's a good name.
It's a very good name. And it sounds like a thing, doesn't it?
Yes, it does sound like a thing. And if not, you've made it one. So
yes, I have.
After good God, please.
Yes.
Signal and good God.
His face had completely changed, the color draining out of it as he handled the box. This is a remote fuse. She just nodded, and none of us said, I told you so. He set it down on the table. Show me. I am not someone who usually paces, but I found myself wanting to do so as Mavis and her team worked the problem. Eugene did pace. Not a lot, just around in a small circle, with one arm crossed over his body, holding the elbow of the other, his fist clenched and unclenched. Godfrey backed out of the RPCM, shaking his head. That's good work in there. Nothing you did should have caused this. A little tension went out of Mavis's shoulders. All right, she grimaced, although that would have been the simplest solution. Moving on to the mains? Concur. Eugene stepped out of his pacing. Status? Godfrey opened his mouth and then, in a minor miracle, gestured to Mavis. "I've only just arrived. Miss Davis has more current information." Her brows twitched upward a little, which was understandable since he was still technically her boss. "We don't know what's causing the outage, so we're starting with the simplest solutions and then working out from there." She hesitated and looked at the RPCM. "The thing is, we actually have two problems, because we prioritized pulling the radio out."
Because we prioritized. Here we go. Oh, wait. I think you said I've only as opposed to I only just
Okay,
arrived.
thank you.
Mm-hmm. Just that phrase is all we need.
Okay.
Here we go.
Miracle gestured to Mavis.
"I only just arrived."
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. After two problems, here we go.
Okay.
We actually have two problems.
Because we prioritized pulling the radio out, the existing remote controls are still in place. When we get power back, those will be accessible remotely, which meant that Earth First could still control the entire colony. Grimacing, Eugene drummed his fingers on his thigh.
What do you need to field 2 teams?
"Some of the folks we sent off in a busy bee. If I give you a list?" Eugene shook his head.
The busy bees are out for another... He checked his watch. 4 hours before they'll send in a team to check on us.
Well, shit. Now I understood why he was pacing in tense. The same shielding that protected the colony from radiation also stopped radio signals. Without power, we didn't have outside comms. Myrtle was in a busy bee, and all she would know was that they couldn't raise anyone in the main lunar colony. The busy bees would still be able to talk to each other and the outposts, but couldn't reach us. For that matter, we had no idea if anything had happened elsewhere in the colony. Mavis chewed her lower lip and looked at the people backing her up. "Split it into a
Split. Here we go.
And looked at the people backing her up.
Split into a 3-team and a 2-team. She turned back to Eugene. "Can I keep Nicole?" I answered for him. "Yes, absolutely."
No, I need her.
Eugene was looking toward the Psi-mod.
If this can be done seated, you can have Reuben. If not, we can pull someone from LGC until power is restored.
I took a step toward him, not sure how clearly I could express my discomfort about using Reuben.
Not sure. Here we go.
I took a step toward him.
Not sure
That's
how...
me. 1 sec.
Okay.
I took a step toward him.
Not sure how clearly I could express my discomfort about using Reuben without outright saying he might be involved. Yes, we'd told the department heads that sabotage had happened, but we'd managed to avoid pointing to any particular person. Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Just his head turned as he looked back at Mavis.
That work?
Yes, sir.
Good. I'll send him to you.
After good.
Good.
I'll send him to you. Split your teams. Draft Halim for anything else you need.
He started walking toward the Psi-mod.
Worgen, with me.
I waited until we were out of earshot, which took a tremendous act of will. What are we doing?
Not being subtle.
He jerked a thumb toward the emergency lights.
We need answers. And Kurt, Birgit, or Frisch has them.
And you're sure it's not Reuben?
Yes. Wrong kind.
Wrong kind. Here we go.
It's not Reuben? Yes.
Wrong kind of dumbass.
He stopped at the airlock and shone a flashlight on the pressure gauge, then through the window
Then through.
Mhm.
Here we go.
Shone a flashlight on the pressure gauge.
Then through the window for a visual check.
But I read up on him along with the other South Africans, and he's apparently a damn good electrician.
If Eugene was certain, I was not going to second guess him. I mean, any more than I already had. At least, not out loud. What do you want me for?
You're the spy.
He pumped the ratchet handle to release each of the 15 latches holding the door sealed.
How would you approach questioning them?
I stopped him with my hand on his arm before he pulled the hatch open. Question? How much of your urgency is Myrtle? His hand tensed on the ratchet handle.
I would be lying if I said she wasn't in my mind.
She's okay. His lips compressed for a moment and he broke eye contact.
But she doesn't know that I am.
All right. I grabbed the hatch. When the lights come back on, Icarus is going to know we've solved that problem. So that gives us a narrow window in which to see if someone...
So that gives a narrow window. Here we go.
Going to know we've solved that problem.
So that gives us a narrow window.
Going to know we've solved that problem.
So that gives a narrow window in which to see if someone will trip up while feeling triumphant. Eugene could not let me open the airlock by myself and took the handle.
Who are you starting with?
I'd been thinking about unanswered questions and the handwriting in the RPCM, but I wanted to know how the lunar colony...
What I wanted. Here we go.
The handwriting in the RPCM.
But I wanted to know how the lunar colony administrator got the book before I talked to either of the other two. Frisch.
Not Kurt.
He hauled the outer door open and the porthole reflected light. Water.
Shh.
Ready.
Okay,
Forgot that you
hauled.
can't see me. Everyone else can.
Yes. Even if I could, it would be, 30 seconds before I'd realize?
That's true. Just like the moon.
Here we go.
Shh. Not Kurt.
He hauled the outer door open and the porthole reflected light from an emergency lamp. Eugene, are the busy bees still in line of sight of the main colony?
Yeah, so at least she'll know we aren't venting anything.
He shook his head.
I'm okay, really. It's not like...
Not like Kenneth. I shoved... no, wait. He trails off. Again, pay attention. Yeah, there's a... I think there's...
Sorry, go ahead.
I think there may be a plane. Nope.
You said again, pay attention.
Okay. I think we're clear.
Let me see if I can edit this out here.
Well, I also want to read you. It's not like I cut off more quickly than I want to.
Yes, this was a noise slightly before that. I'm just filling it here. Great, okay. So after he shook his head?
Yes. Shush. Shush. My body did not make any sounds at all.
Sorry. That was
pretty funny.
Well placed. Here we go.
He shook his head.
I'm okay, really. It's not like...
Not like Kenneth. I shoved that to the side. The lounge here has 360 degrees of windows. You have a flashlight. Get a mirror from sick bay to use as a reflector to make the light bigger. Morse. He grabbed my forehead and kissed it. Then I've never seen a man finish cycling an airlock so quickly while still
Let's go back on mirror. There was a little dropout.
Okay.
Get a mirror from sick bay.
Okay.
Let's see. Yep, get a mirror right before Morse.
Okay.
Here we go. Here we go.
Windows. You have a flashlight.
Get a mirror from sickbay to use as a reflector to make the light bigger. Morse.
Thank you.
Okay.
Got it. Just moving. Got it. Okay, so while still following, here
Okay.
we go.
Cycling an airlock so quickly.
While still... I made the mistake of looking at the thing and I saw lunar colonic, and now I can't stop thinking about it.
That's when they
Okay.
get a spa up there, huh?
Yes, exactly.
Here we go.
Cycling an airlock so quickly.
While still following procedure to the letter. Upstairs in the lounge, Eugene was signaling APAF to the busy bees, all present and accounted for. I could imagine the sighs of relief going through the tiny flotilla of space buses. Anna Teresa had taken Reuben off to Midtown, and I had to hope that Eugene was right and we hadn't just delivered Icarus to the equipment he needed. I helped Frisch walk to my makeshift interrogation room in the geology lab. I would have preferred the biology lab because it was closer, but a lab full of bunnies did not project the feel I was going for. The geology lab, on the other hand, had tools. Would I be able to use those on Icarus? Yes. My husband was dead, and I am not a kind one.
APAF, we got a little dropout.
Okay.
Let's see here. I just need Eugene was signaling APAF to the busy bees, please.
Okay.
Here we go.
Upstairs in the lounge.
Eugene was signaling APAF to the busy bees.
All present.
Thank you. Sorry, I know that thing came in, but it's okay.
Okay.
My husband was dead. Here we go.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
My husband was dead.
Sorry, wait. You said lab full of bunnies, supposed to pen full of bunnies.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. So, but a pen, please.
Okay.
Just that section. Here we go.
Biology lab because it was closer.
But a pen full of bunnies did not project the feel I was going for. The geology lab.
Got it.
Okay.
After yes.
Yes. Yes.
My husband was dead, and I am not a kind woman under the best of circumstances.
That was me.
Okay.
After circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
This fucking thing. Sorry.
Okay.
Same punch.
Yes. Yes.
My husband was dead, and I am not a kind woman under the best of circumstances. I mask it well, but I am vindictive and selfish. Would I be able to use them to figure out who Icarus was? No. How are you doing? I guided Frisch to a chair in the middle of the floor and sat down across from him. By my side was a table with hacksaws and hammers. His skin was dry and sallow. Distinctly improved. Thank you. He gestured toward the emergency lights. Will you tell me what is happening? My gamble was to approach him as if he were not Icarus, nor directly involved. It wasn't an unreasonable position. If he were Icarus and poisoned himself to throw us off track, then he would have made darn sure the medical lab stocked Prussian blue. Also, the class of things happening appeared to have been set up after our arrival. Icarus has been using a satellite to interface with the lunar colony via an old procedure for the RPCM. We're working on getting the lights back on now. He frowned, eyes narrowed as he followed what I was saying. That, in itself, was a good sign for his health.
I see. What do you need from me?
He nodded to the door I had shut behind us.
I presume there is some use you have for me, or we would not be here.
There was a book in your office. The Long Tomorrow. Do you know it? He nodded slowly, watching me.
That was one of the items that caused the IAC's problems with your use of codes. The others were easier to break, but harder to spot if you didn't know. This was blatant. The newspapers had a field day with it because it couldn't be cracked, and they could...
After cracked. Here we go.
Because it couldn't be cracked.
And they could suppose it was anything.
I had truly expected this line of questioning to be a dead end. I had braced myself for him to not know the book was in his office. Given that it was under the table, I thought Icarus had planted it. The code, yes, but the book. Why did you have it?
Oh, Vicky Shue brought it to me.
The room went cold. Vicky. At the church services, with my list of suspects. But why the hell would she put her own name in the library when she checked out the book, even if?
Even if.
Mm-hmm.
But why the hell?
Okay.
With my list of suspects.
But why the hell would she put her own name in the library when she checked out the book, even if she disguised her handwriting? Or was that a double bluff of some sort? I rubbed my forehead. What did she say when she gave it to you?
She had found the letter you'd...
She'd found. Here we go.
What did she say when she gave it to you?
She'd found the letter you'd been decoding in it and thought I should know.
He looked down his nose at me like a stork fishing.
You seem confused. Might I know why?
I didn't decode it. I chewed the inside of my lip before answering, still trying to figure out how any of this tied together. When I went to the library, The Long Tomorrow had been checked out already. By any chance, did she say where she got the book? He shook his head.
Just that she'd been reading it when she found the letter. I should have realized. I should have asked.
You should have asked.
Been reading it when she found the letter. I should have asked, but my mind was a bit fuzzy, which I now realize was because I was being poisoned.
Frisch cleared his throat.
I must say, when I realized thallium was a rat poison and it had been used on me, I had a dark period in which I wondered if that was why you never took sugar in your tea. Were you with Icarus, I wondered.
That seems fair. I wondered the same thing about you when we found the book in your office. The case against him being Icarus was significantly stronger than the case for it. There were things he could help with now that his mind was clearing. I would need to brief him on the Swiss Army knife and Birgit, in case he had any insight from being in a hospital room with her. What changed your mind? His brows came together, turning up in distress.
My dear, your husband.
After I finished talking to Frisch, I leaned against the wall of the hallway.
Let's go back and get one quick thing. That's I wondered if that was why you never took sugar with your tea. I think you said in your tea. Mm-hmm. I had a dark period through tea, please.
Okay.
And it had been used on me.
I had a dark period in which I wondered if that...
And it had been used on me.
I had a dark period in which I wondered if that was why you never took sugar in your tea. With your tea. God damn it. Just read the words that are on the fucking page.
Here we go.
And it had been used on me.
I had a dark period in which I wondered if that was why you never took sugar with your tea.
Thank you. you. And then picking up. My dear, your husband.
Okay.
Your husband. Here we go.
Your husband.
After I finished talking to Frisch, I leaned against the wall of the hallway and stared at the ceiling while I packed my heart back into the little box I needed to keep it in. The moments when the grief hit me were unpredictable. 19 days. I would stop counting at some point. Blowing out a breath through pursed lips, I straightened. Next up, Birgit or Kurt. I wasn't quite stupid enough to be alone in a room with either of them, which meant I needed to pull Eugene away from signaling.
Which meant?
Okay.
Alone in a room with either of them.
Which meant I needed to pull Eugene away from signaling to the busy bees. I bounded up the stairs to the lounge to get him, and it was easy to take the steps 3 at a time. You know those moments when you realize exactly how sick you had been? It felt so good to move that I was smiling a little when I soared over the last step into the earth-lit lounge. Outside, the silver-blue light of Earth lay over the ground like a silk blanket. Black shadows etched the rims of craters and deepened the sides of the Apennine Mountains. Eugene stood in silhouette, both hands braced against the glass, leaning to rest his forehead against it. Eugene? He straightened like a marionette being yanked up by its operator into beautiful military posture. He took a breath and turned. Nicole. I do not like it when people say my name in that tone.
Myrtle says they saw an explosion.
I grasped for the one piece of comfort in that sentence. Myrtle says. So she was okay. But nothing about his body language said anything else was all right. Where?
The garden. They aren't answering her hails.
He wiped his hand over his face.
None of the outposts are.
I braced myself against the back of a chair, my cast scraping the hard plastic. The trouble with a small colony is that you know everyone. This wasn't an explosion in some anonymous faraway place. This was where people I knew worked. Luther Sanchez would have been at the garden, and Ahana. Donica, Reuben's wife.
I know.
It would have been hard to get a full report using Morse with lights. We might be missing details. They may just have a power outage like we do.
And the explosion?
Meteors hit with enough kinetic force to cause a fireball even on the moon. I didn't think we were that lucky, and the irony did not escape me. Are the busy bees coming in? He shook his head.
I sent Helen to check the garden, but I told the rest of them to stay put until power was restored.
What do you want to do? Eugene bent his neck, staring at the floor, and twisted his head, not quite shaking it, Sorry.
It's okay. I've forgotten, is it Apennine or Apennine?
Oh, it's Apennine. Sorry, I said Apennine.
Okay. Yep.
Whoops.
Let's go back and get that real quick. I think you did.
Mm-hmm.
You said Apennine, and it is 9? Okay. Yep. My brain said maybe it's different. So after silk blanket, just that next phrase.
Okay.
The ground like a silk blanket.
Black shadows etched the rims of craters and deepened the sides of the Apennine Mountains.
Great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Back where we were. After what do you want to do? Eugene bent. Here we go.
What do you want to do?
Eugene bent his neck, staring at the floor, and twisted his head, not quite shaking it, not quite stretching, but more as if he were trying to ground himself.
We'll lose the window for talking to Kurt without the lights if we wait.
He rubbed his forehead.
Let's kill the power to the side mod so when they get the main power back on, it stays dark here. That'll buy us some...
The lights came back on. His head snapped up and he glared at the ceiling.
I know I was praying for this, but your timing, Lord?
Eugene sighed and looked at the stairs and then out at the landscape obscured behind our...
After landscape?
Mm-hmm.
Stairs and then out at the landscape.
Obscured behind our reflections in the glass.
How long do you need with Kurt?
You need to go to LGC. With the power on, people will need guidance on bringing the busy bees back in. I needed to rethink my game plan with the lights on. I can ask Halim to be my backup.
Good call. Thank you.
He started toward the stairs.
Walk with me to brief me on Frisch?
Sure. He got the book from Vicky, who found the letter inside. Behind us, the intercom buzzed.
One sec.
Yep.
Yeah, behind us, the intercom buzz. Sorry, here we go.
Found the letter inside.
Behind us, the intercom buzzed. Eugene Lindholm, please contact LGC. Eugene Lindholm, please contact LGC immediately. He sprinted across the room, stopping himself with an arm against the wall to control momentum. He slapped the other against the talk button.
LGC Lindholm, report.
All of the satellites are non-responsive? Dina Whitney's voice in the Capcom chair sounded shaken, which I've never heard. And we can't reestablish contact with Earth. Do we do cliffhanger here and break for lunch? Do we do another half hour? It's so hard to make these choices.
It's a long chapter.
It is a long chapter.
I figure.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do it because we won't. There's not a good break in the next
Unless
half
you
hour.
see one. Yeah, let's just see a scene break.
Let me see.
But still, on page 410,
Oh, that's not bad. We can get a little bit farther.
got a couple more pages.
Yeah.
Here we go. What am I going to do without my news person?
I know.
Here we
The
go.
news person will come back.
Okay.
Established contact with Earth.
42.
Artemis Base Mission Log. Acting Administrator Eugene Lindholm. May 27th, 1963, 13:55. Contact protocols completed. Communication with IAC not reestablished. Satellite Communications and Tracking Department is troubleshooting in conjunction with power.
Lunar Ground Control has the same focused concentration as the Mission Control Center in Kansas. On the Moon, it also functioned as air traffic control for the Busy Bees and cargo rockets coming from the South Pole mines, but it always makes me feel like I'm coming home. Today was like coming home to discover your house had been robbed. I sat at the back of the room, going through every piece of documentation about the early installation to see if I could remember anything that wasn't written down. I wore a headset so I could be a resource if anyone.
After headset. So I could.
Okay.
I wore a headset.
So I could be a resource if anyone needed the historical perspective.
I wore a headset.
So I could be a resource if anyone needed the historical perspective that someone had recognized.
After perspective.
Okay.
Historical perspective.
That someone had recognized I could provide. In a perfect world, I would find a documented error that we had accidentally triggered when removing the remote controls and the procedure to undo it. Half of the metallic blue consoles had warning lights flashing red, but around me people went about.
But around me?
Had warning lights flashing red.
But around me, people went about their business with the same level tone of voice as a normal day. Only if you listened to the words did you realize how wrong things were. Kansas, Artemis Base, do you copy? Kansas, Artemis Base, do you copy? Busy Bee 6, ground control, have your evacuees report to the cafeteria after landing for duty assignments. The sound of the plane coming in. Great timing. Welcome to our surround sound.
Right. I would say I thought it was a busy bee, but from what you've described, all I would hear is a low rumbling transmitted by vibration through the structure.
Has Andrew already read the book? No, he has not. He is getting all of this the way you are.
Yeah, I find it better for my concentration if I don't read it beforehand.
Yeah. All right, it's clear.
Here we go.
After landing for duty assignments.
Okay.
No response. Yep.
After landing for duty assignments.
No response from satellite on low-link gain. Eugene stood at the flight controller's desk, resting one hand on the console.
Let's just do it right there. Sorry. You said low link gain is supposed to low gain link.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right. Here we go.
After landing for duty assignments.
No response from satellite on low-gain link. Eugene stood at the flight controller's desk, resting one hand on the console. He wore a headset, listening to the call and response as each station worked the problem, as the busy bees reported in, as we all kept our cool and went about our jobs.
Artemis Base, Busy Bee 2.
Myrtle's voice made Eugene's head come up as if he could see her.
I've done a flyover of where we think we saw the explosion, but it's too dark to see anything.
His hand reached for the comm unit, but clenched into a fist, pulling back. He looked to the ground controller and bit his lip as lips.
Let's go back and get one thing. Eugene stood at the flight director's desk. I think it's at the flight controller's desk.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. That's the only phrase we need.
Okay.
Eugene stood at the blah, blah, blah. Here we go.
It's from satellite on low-gain link.
Eugene stood at the flight director's desk.
Q. Yeah. Okay. Back where we were. He looked to the ground control.
Clenched into a fist, pulling back.
He looked to the ground controller and bit his lips as if that were the only way to stop himself from stepping into the line of communication. GC replied, as was appropriate.
Copy, Busy Bee 2. Request permission to return to base and offload evacuees.
Confirmed, you are go to return to base. Eugene unclenched his hand and rested it on the back of the console. With deliberate ease, he lowered his head and kept working. We got another short chunk there.
Yep.
Okay.
You want to keep going, or you want to do this next paragraph, or you want to stop right there? We got to do one little fix in what we just did.
Okay, let's do the one little
But
fix.
then we can go down. Okay.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get that next little snippet, and then we'll break for lunch, I think.
Okay.
Partly
Eugene
because-
unclenched his hand and... Sorry, go ahead.
No.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say partly because it turns out I have to pee.
Eugene unclenched his hand and rested it back on the edge. I
Okay.
think he said and something different. You flipped around the order a little bit.
Okay.
Here we go.
You are go to return to base.
Eugene unclenched his hand and rested it back on the edge of the console.
Thank you. And then you said we are stopping here. We're doing the next little chunk.
Let's go ahead and do this next little chunk and then take a break.
Got it. Here we go.
Head and kept working.
There's a big clock on the wall in LGC. Whenever a rocket is traveling between the moon and the Earth, the clock counts mission elapsed time. Eugene had them set it to track how long we'd been without contact from Earth. 5 hours and 51 minutes. The thing that kept eating at the back of my mind was that Icarus and Earth First had changed strategies. They had been trying to stop the program by making it look bad through subtle sabotage. They had shifted to active attacks. We had wanted to make them panic, wondering if our pushing had caused this, filled a pit of acid in my stomach. Would Kenneth be alive if I had kept my head down? Oh, I know survivor's guilt when I see it. We all saw it often enough after the war, after the meteor. But still.
Can we just get the line, would Kenneth be alive, that sentence?
Yep.
There it is. Here we go.
Of acid in my stomach.
Would Kenneth be alive if I had kept my head down?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
All right. Awesome. So thanks, everyone. We will, let me make sure that there's nothing that I need to attend to.
Oh, yeah. Let me check too. If there's any fixes we missed. Oh, there is one. I wondered the same thing about you when we found the book in your office. Page 406.
Okay.
Let's go
Thanks
get
all
it.
for being proofers while we're doing this. Super handy.
Yes, indeedy. 2015. It's the region.
Just that should
Let's see.
I should have asked, but my mind was a bit. Thallium was a rat poison, and it had been used on me. Were you with Icarus, I wondered? That seems fair. I wondered the same thing about you when we found the book in your office.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay.
I wondered the same about you. You see where I am?
Yes.
Okay. Here we go.
That seems fair.
I wondered the same about you when we found the book in your office.
Great.
Okay, awesome. In answer to the question, Andrew is looking at the same PDF that I am, so we are reading from the same copy. So he's following along as we go. What page were we on before we went back to fix this?
410.
Great. I just want to have that queued up when we come back. Awesome. Okay, so I'll see you back at 20 till the hour.
Sounds good.
Great. Oops. Going to send them to lunch, not the pre-roll. There we go. right, welcome back from lunch. I did, in fact, have a cat nap that was exactly the way I described it. I walked past. Elsie looked adorable and yawned and stretched at me. I just was then suddenly underneath a small pile of cat that was needing to nestle into my neck and purr very loudly. All right. Let's see. I am ready if you are.
Just about. Let me just do the noise floor thing. Noise floor dance.
The suggestion of the big clock on the wall from in Mission Control, that is a thing that they do. They restarted the clock with Apollo 13, but they have a big clock that keeps track of things, and that was a suggestion from one of the NASA people that I talked to, but I can no longer remember who. Okay.
Okay. We are picking up. You ready?
Yeah.
Eugene, stop behind my desk.
Sounds good.
Here we go.
Oh, I know survivor's guilt when I see it. We all saw it often enough after the war, after the meteor. But still.
Eugene stopped behind my desk.
Nicole, take a break.
I looked up over the edge of my reading glasses, blinking. Elapsed time, 7 hours and 24 minutes. Of course, that was not counting the intense day and a half before we lost contact. Eugene's posture was perfect. The only real tell that he was struggling was that his right hand kept clenching into a fist and then reopening as if he were forcing it to relax. Gesturing to the second, to the rest.
Let's see here. And then opening it from there, please.
Okay.
You said reopening.
Okay.
And kept clenching into a fist.
Sorry, hang on. That was a fascinating thing. I just switched earbuds, and the right earbud I get that echo with. So I'm guessing that when I tell it output 1 or output 2, that it is, those are, which channel?
Left and right.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to switch back to the left because I don't want to mess with Source Connect right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
After fist.
Okay.
And kept clenching into a fist.
And then opening as if he were forcing it to relax. Gesturing to the rest of the room, he said,
"Second shift is coming on."
That was a sensible time to take a break. They would need to be brought up to speed by the prime team. Some of those staff would stick around, of course, but I probably wouldn't be needed for a few minutes. Neither of us would. I pulled my glasses off. When was the last time you ate? He squinted at me.
Isn't that supposed to be my line?
Myrtle has me well trained. They've got a sandwich station set up in Midtown. I was not even remotely hungry, but I had a log to fill out, and knowing that made me realize I had missed lunch. Standing, I stretched, and my back let out an artillery barrage.
Standing. Here we go.
I had missed lunch.
Standing, I stretched, and my back let out an artillery.
I had missed lunch.
Standing, I stretched, and my back let out an artillery barrage. You can do morale for the Midtown team as we walk through. He sighed and stepped over to the flight director.
"Poppy, I'll be back in 15. Sandwich?"
Egg salad if they've got it. As if this were an ordinary day, these men and women just worked. Eugene followed me to the airlock, which we were keeping shut, just in case. I waited until we were inside, with walls of metal between us and the rest of the team. When do we float the idea that the explosion Myrtle saw was a satellite deorbiting? Deorbit is.
Just get one little drop out on egg.
Okay.
An egg salad sandwich. Egg salad if they got it. Here we go.
Okay.
Back in 15. Sandwich?
Egg salad if they've got it.
Thank you.
That is Poppy Northcutt with permission. For those of you who are space nerds, you will know and be excited.
Deorbit is the nice way.
Okay.
Saw what?
What's that?
I didn't.
I missed something because I was doing a playback.
I
sorry.
didn't say
What did you
anything.
do? Oh, gotcha. Well, that's what I missed. Here we go.
Saw was a satellite deorbiting.
Deorbit is the nice way of saying crashing into the lunar surface.
The frightening thing is, I've been praying for that.
He grabbed the ratchet handle and worked it to open the door.
Because otherwise, that was the garden.
Nothing yet from Helen? Nothing from Helen yet?
Nothing from...
That was the garden.
Nothing from Helen yet? He shook his head as he pulled the door open.
I'm figuring another hour before she's back in range.
Without the satellites, we were limited to line-of-sight communication. On Earth, you could bounce...
On Earth.
The line of sight communication.
Without the satellites, we were limited to line-of-sight communication. On Earth, you could bounce signals off the upper atmosphere, but that wasn't an option on the Moon. Back in the old days, when we had a command module orbiting and a lander on the surface, we used to have to send the signal from the lander all the way back to Mission Control in Kansas and have them bounce it back to the CM. And every time the CM went around the far side of the Moon, the pilot had no signal at all. Elma always said that she found that period incredibly peaceful. There is a distinct difference between scheduled loss of signal and what we were experiencing. Upstairs, the engineers had taken over Midtown, setting up conference tables and whiteboards to try to work the laundry list of problems. Eugene started toward the first table, and I caught his arm. From experience, sandwich first. Otherwise, you'll get caught up and forget. I could have done without the wave of pity that passed across his face, but he didn't actually say anything about it, just gave me a simple nod. Thanks. It was still a gauntlet to get to the sandwich station at Le Restaurant. He had to shake hands, there's no and.
Here we go, 1 second. Oops.
Without the
Yeah, okay.
nothing from. We were limited.
Okay. Get up where we were.
Mm-hmm.
After the restaurant.
Sandwich station at Le Restaurant.
He had to shake hands, clap people on the shoulder, and nod seriously when someone asked him if things were going okay. And he managed to keep moving. He was good. Things like this were why Kenneth had been pushing.
Plane?
Yep. I will go look and see what our charming friends are saying on the thing.
Okay.
While we wait for the plane to pass. Hello, charming friends. What have you to say? That's not right. There we go. Oh boy, that plane is just... Are they circling?
I don't hear them right now. Do you still hear them?
I do, but they're right at the edge of my hearing, so it's probably fine.
Okay.
Yeah, they're definitely gone now.
Great. Here we go.
One asked him if things were going okay.
And he managed to keep moving. He was good. Things like this were why Kenneth had been pushing Eugene to go into politics.
Things like this. Here we go.
He was good.
Things like this were why Kenneth had been pushing Eugene to go into politics since we met. He would have been so proud. I shoved my hand in my... That was intentional, sorry.
On purpose. Okay. After that.
Would have been so proud.
I shoved my hand in my pocket and walked to Le Restaurant. I'd get sandwiches for him and Poppy while Eugene did his thing. The doors stood wide open and all the chairs were still shoved. Blah. That was not intentional.
The doors. Here we go.
Poppy while Eugene did his thing.
The doors stood wide open and all the chairs were still shoved against the walls from when it had doubled as the women's sick bay. Had it only been last week when they were moved?
Had it. Here we go.
And it had doubled as the women's sick bay.
Had it only been last week when they were moved back to the Simod? Jeanette Arnaud looked up... sorry. I just doubted everything that was coming out of my mouth there for a second.
I think it was right, though.
Yeah, it was. I just had that thing.
Understood. Here we go.
Week when they were moved back to the Simod?
Jeanette Arnaud looked up at me and smiled. Bonjour, how goes it downstairs? I switched to French, partly because I like the language, but mostly because I needed to stretch some part of my brain that wasn't involved in remembering acronyms. Progress, we have removed some possibilities. They are therefore sure to discover a solution. Good. She gave me a nod and looked down at the sandwiches. You need nothing special, is that so? Special? I froze, panicked. Special as in food that would not trigger my gag reflex? I thought people would have kept the anorexia a secret for me. I use the word yes, but I also know what it will do to Kenneth's career if people find... I closed my eyes. God damn it, I was so tired of crying. It didn't matter if everyone knew. Nothing halal or kosher? She slid a tray toward me.
Gave a nod. She gave a nod and looked down at the sandwiches.
Mm-hmm.
That phrase.
Okay.
Please. You just added a me.
Good.
She gave a nod and looked down at the sandwiches.
Great. Thank you. Okay. After kosher, here we go.
Nothing halal or kosher?
She slid a tray toward me. And she's all right? I swallowed all of that unnecessary fear and the salty snot that filled the back of my throat. That would be charming, thank you. No, I didn't like that. Let me do it again.
Okay.
Snot that filled the back of my throat.
That would be charming, thank you. I looked down to keep my watering eyes from being quite so obvious. 2 and an egg salad, if it does not bother you. A sheet of papers covered with numbers was under the chairs, and I knelt to grab it, grateful to have some pretext so I could wipe my eyes again without everyone seeing me weep. Oh, there's no again in that sentence.
Let's get from a sheet of paper.
Okay.
Here we go.
Egg salad, if it does not bother you.
A sheet of paper covered with numbers was under the chairs, and I knelt to grab it, grateful to have some pretext so I could wipe my eyes without everyone seeing me weep. Again. And frankly, I did not want anyone to lose their calculations if it would help with anything related to restoring communications. Here you are, madame. She handed...
Here we go.
Here you are, madame.
She handed over the sandwiches, wrapped in foil. A pleasure seeing you as always. I juggled the things, finally cradling 2 of the sandwiches between my cast and my body, tucking Poppy Northcutt's egg salad into a thigh pocket in my flight suit. I found Eugene talking to an engineer, head bent over a schematic. He nodded when I came up, taking the foil package when I held it out. He eyed me and then my sandwich while listening to the engineer. I rolled my eyes at him and peeled the foil off. Food is fuel. Making eye contact with Eugene, I took a healthy bite of the sandwich. He smirked at me, bending back to look at the schematic on the table. If he'd still been looking, I would have stuck my tongue out at him.
Let me check one thing. Okay, if he'd still been looking,
Okay.
here you go.
To look at the schematic on the table.
If he'd still been looking...
To look at the schematic on the table.
If he'd still been looking, I would have stuck my tongue out at him. But he'd been right that getting out of that room for a few minutes was helpful. I wished I could get Eugene to take an actual break, but I knew from experience that politicians could only do that behind closed doors. Across Midtown, the port airlock hissed open and then closed with the distinctive ripple bang of 15 catches activating. We used to always keep the airlocks between modules closed, but I'd adapted to having the doors open and the sound made me turn. A cluster of engineers walked around the curve of the street from the port. At their rear, Myrtle Lindholm strode with her CPK bag over her shoulder. She saw Eugene, who was still leaning over the schematic, and pushed forward through her passengers. I opened my mouth to tell him she was here, but Eugene's head lifted as if he felt her presence. He slapped the sandwich into my midriff and sprinted toward her. She dropped her bag and ran. They met in the clear space next to Central Park. Eugene's momentum.
Let me just check one dropout. I think it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, after next to Central Park.
Okay.
Come on.
Clear space next to Central Park.
Eugene's momentum and mass sweeping Myrtle back a few steps before their bodies in motion.
After steps.
Mm-hmm.
Sweeping Myrtle back a few steps
Before their bodies in motion came to rest in an embrace. His head was bent, buried in the side of her neck. Her hands clenched the material of his flight suit. Eugene's shoulders convulsed once, tensed.
Eugene's shoulders, here we go.
the material of his flight suit.
Eugene's shoulders convulsed once, tensed, and the breath shuddered out of him. He stepped back, hands on her shoulders. Myrtle's head tilted up to meet his gaze, and her cheeks were wet.
And her cheeks.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Myrtle's head tilted up to meet his gaze,
And her cheeks were wet as she smiled at him. She said something that I was too far away to hear. Still smiling, she reached up to wipe his cheek. Turning his head, Eugene kissed her hand, and I could just see the curve of a smile on his cheek. He gave a sudden headshake and shrug. The man pulled her in again.
The man.
He gave a sudden headshake and shrug.
The man pulled her in again, one hand behind her neck, and dipped her in one of the most passionate kisses I have ever seen. Myrtle's knee came up and her toes curled down. Someone said, "Woo!" and I could have killed them. Eugene immediately set Myrtle on her feet. He stepped back, farther, releasing her completely. I still couldn't see his face, but his posture returned to his military bearing. Myrtle, too, drew her hands away and clasped them behind her as if she were at parade rest, and listened as he spoke. I was so happy for them that it hurt. Swallowing, I turned to the engineer who was gawking at them. I stepped into his line of sight and gestured with my sandwich to his schematic. Is there anything I can help you with here? Oh, He swallowed loudly. Loudly.
He swallowed. Here we go.
Oh,
He swallowed loudly. I was just explaining that we'd detached and reseated all connectors. Nothing changed. Good work. I tried to switch both sandwiches to my left hand and ended up balancing them on my cast. Slightly awkward, but I was able to rest my hand on his shoulder and squeeze. I'll let Major Lindholm know. Hey! He wet his lips and looked toward Eugene, who was listening to Myrtle. Do they know who did it? I took a slow breath. This type of suspicion could destroy the colony in ways that blowing it up couldn't touch. Leave that to Major Lindholm. Oh, sure. He tugged on his ear. Should we be doing anything about that? I glanced over at Eugene. He was walking back to us, wiping the sleeve of his flight suit across his eyes. I squeezed the young man's shoulder again. Just keep doing good work. Before he could ask.
Before?
just keep doing good work.
Before he could ask another question, I walked over to meet Eugene. He cleared his throat, fooling no one. Just finished debriefing Myrtle. You could have gotten a room for that. Let me tell you, making Eugene Lindholm blush is a thing of beauty and a joy forever.
Is that my sandwich?
I held it out and yanked it away before letting him have it. Sandwich for details on the debrief. The actual debrief, I don't need to know that.
The actual debrief?
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Sandwich for details on the debrief.
The actual debrief? I don't need to know about the state of her tonsils. The color of his skin deepened with a beautiful rosy.
The color?
To know about the state of her tonsils.
The color of his skin deepened with a beautiful rosy undertone. He snatched the sandwich and started walking back to the stairs to LGC.
No sign of any explosions or impact, but as you heard, the night makes it too dark to see much detail out there. Coming in, she used a flight path that let her circle the base. From the outside, everything looks nominal.
That's good. Although something definitive would be useful, I sighed. For future problems, we have a morale issue.
Nicole, what is this?
Eugene had stopped in his tracks. In his hand there was a grease-stained piece of paper covered with numbers, or rather, covered with a cipher in a very specific handwriting. It was under the chairs. I sucked in a breath, turning back to look at Le Restaurant. Oh, shit.
There's something worse?
When it was the women's sick bay, that's where Birgit's bed was. I sequestered myself in the conference room with the cipher and a notepad. To brute force a cipher, it helps to know what language it is written in. I know of this fellow who used a simple Caesar cipher but wrote his codes, his notes.
Let's go back and get no sign of any explosion
Okay,
or impact. You said explosions, plural, I believe.
got it. Okay, got it.
We do it for, through. Too dark to see much detail out there.
Okay.
Here we go.
Back to the stairs to LGC.
No sign of any explosion or impact. But as you heard, the night makes it too dark to see much detail out there.
Great, thank you.
Excuse me. I will note that the fellow who used a simple Caesar cipher but wrote his notes in Middle English is actually a reference to my novel Ghost Talkers.
I knew of a fellow. Here we go.
Okay.
What language it is written in.
One more time.
Sure.
What language it is written in.
I knew of a fellow who used a simple Caesar cipher but wrote his notes in Middle English. They were indecipherable. This could be anything from English to French. Since Birgit was Swiss, it could also be German. I spoke all three of those, fortunately. Or it could be some random language, in which case all bets were off. Once you get a crack, the entire thing can unfold in minutes. It's finding the crack that's the tricky part. Someone tapped lightly on the door. "Come in." I straightened, sliding my reading glasses off my nose. Eugene poked his head in.
Helen's back. Are you interruptible?
"Yeah." I tossed my glasses on the table, massaging the bridge of my nose. It wasn't quite an ice pick between the eyes, more like someone trying to enter my head using their knuckle. He pulled the door the rest of the way open, holding it for Helen, Myrtle, and Halim. Myrtle was carrying a CPK bag and set it down at the edge of the table. Methodically, she pulled out food and set it in a rigid grid. Her jaw was tight. I grabbed my papers. Sorry.
It's all right. Myrtle was carrying a CPK bag and set it down at the end of the table. Something slightly different than what we had. Yeah.
Okay.
From Myrtle through table, please.
Okay.
Should we just keep going from there?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Helen, Myrtle, and Halim.
Myrtle was carrying a CPK bag and set it down at the end of the table. Methodically, she pulled out food and set it in a rigid grid. Her jaw was tight. I grabbed my papers to make more room for her. Myrtle shook her head.
Don't lose track of what you're doing. I've got plenty of space.
Helen's hair was disheveled and matted against her head from...
Helen's hair, here we go.
I've got plenty of space.
Helen's hair was disheveled and matted against her head from her Snoopy cap. The indentation of her microphone arm...
The indentation, here we go. Here we go.
Her head from her Snoopy cap.
The indentation of her microphone arm was still pressed deep into the curve of her cheek as she dropped into the closest chair to the door. Sitting down opposite me, Halim rubbed his nose and picked up one of the pages. I held still, hoping he would magically say, "Aha, but it is Arabic!" No such luck. Eugene pulled the door shut.
First things. I talked to Vicky and asked her about the long tomorrow. She says Birgit gave it to her.
Troubling? Which was a fairly significant understatement.
There's more. Go ahead, Helen.
The big picture. The garden is fine. They have not lost power, but did.
After fine.
Okay.
The garden is fine.
They have not lost power, but did lose comms for everything, for anything, for all the things, for some things, for nothing.
Same place, please.
Okay.
The garden is fine.
They have not lost
The garden is fine.
They have not lost power, but did lose comms for anything outside the facility. Because they did not lose power, they were able to tell us when the satellites went offline. It was at the top of our initial blackout window. I twitched. That was before our team had removed the radio fuse. So the loss of satellites is not related? I do not believe so. Her voice was almost Katharine Hepburn crisp. At the same time, their telemetry picked up a series of 5 impacts or explosions. The timing coincides with the flash Myrtle saw. There had been 5 satellites in orbit around the moon. I'm guessing there were none now. For a man whose prayer had been answered, Eugene did not look happy. While we were docked, it occurred to me that the logs we have here regarding the busy bees were incomplete because Administrator Frisch was struggling with poison. Helen folded her hands in her lap. I took the opportunity to look at the logs at the garden to see if anyone from our list of suspects had arrived there. Myrtle nodded and Sid slid.
Myrtle nodded. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Suspects had arrived there.
Myrtle nodded and slid a sip pack of soup to Helen.
Good thought. When we did the inventory of potential explosives...
After good thought, please.
Helen. Good.
One sec. Sorry, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Helen.
Good thought. When we did the inventory of potential explosives, we didn't look at the log.
Birgit First is recorded as arriving to do some work in their comms department. She was the only passenger. The name in the pilot's slot was empty. She turned to look at me. Birgit was at the 99s the day your plane was sabotaged. The blood drained out of me and iced over the floor. Flying a busy bee is not the same as an airplane. Leaning forward, Halim groaned and rested his face in his hands.
I gave her simulator time.
Hell. The first time I flew a busy bee, all I'd had was simulator time, too. In theory, Birgit actually could have flown herself out to the garden. I looked at my watch. 22:36. So do we haul her out of bed and question her now, or wait until tomorrow? Eugene stood.
14 hours without contact with Earth. We question her now.
1 second, please. I want
Okay.
to go back and get a couple quick things.
Sure thing.
I'm also going to increase my buffer a little bit. In an effort to reduce the dropouts, which may mean we'll have a little more delay between you and I.
Okay,
May not,
noted.
but we'll see.
Yeah.
Because the Skype is, since you're hearing me through Skype, it may not affect it. I'm not sure of that. Okay, so explosives. I thought I heard a dropout on explosives.
Yeah.
Let's see. No, that one's fine. One I did get one was on Busy Bees, Halim's line. Flying a Busy Bee is not the same as an airplane. That was not Halim's line, but that's the line.
Okay.
So that's the line I need, please.
Okay.
There we go.
And iced over the floor.
Flying a busy bee is not the same as flying an
And iced over the floor.
Flying a busy bee is not the same as an airplane.
Great. Okay. That was it. Then moving on. The questioner now. Right. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Chapter. How you doing?
It's just so someone who just came in and missed the first half of the recording before now should stop listening because spoilers, or just start listening from now. If you had caught up through yesterday, I think, although there are some spoilers, I don't think that there are any that will be that you won't still get the full enjoyment of. If you have listened through yesterday.
All right, you waiting on me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now I am. I was not. But
Here we
now
go.
I am.
Okay.
We question her now.
43.
Artemis Base Mission Log. Acting Administrator Eugene Lindholm. May 27th, 1963, 2306. Contact with the garden in Marius Hills has been re-established via Busy Bee.
Contact. Here we go.
2306. Contact with the garden in Marius Hills has been re-established via Busy Bee. Dispatched a reconnaissance flight to the South Pole outpost at 2300. Pilot Armstrong, co-pilot Aldrin, Navcomp El Motar. Eugene really wanted to be in the room when we questioned Birgit, but they needed him in the LGC more. I'd unscrewed a couple of bulbs in the geology lab, so when Halim escorted Birgit...
So, here we go.
Couple of bulbs in the geology lab.
So when Halim escorted Birgit in, my interrogation...
Same place.
Couple of bulbs in the geology lab.
So when Halim escorted Birgit in, my interrogation room was dim in the right ways. Balancing on a pair of crutches, she was walking fairly well with a makeshift brace on her left leg. When she saw me waiting... Oof, today is one of those days.
Let me check one thing for a dropout.
Okay.
But they needed him in the LGC, please. Just
Okay.
that phrase.
In the room when we questioned Birgit.
But they needed him in the LGC more.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Right where we stopped. Brace on her left leg. After the leg.
Shift brace on her left leg.
When she saw me waiting, she stopped and looked over her shoulder at Halim and beyond him to the astronaut standing guard outside the door. What is going on? Have a seat. I patted the back of the chair we had set up for her in one of the bright spots of the geology lab. We have some questions. Her eyes widened a fraction. All right. Birgit made her way to the chair and sat down with her left leg stretched out in front of her. As soon as she was seated, I walked to the table opposite her and picked up a clipboard. I do love a clipboard. Halim shut the door and stood beside me, which put him in the shadows. He crossed his arms over his chest and spread his legs into a wide, comfortable stance. I picked up a pencil from the table and flashed a smile. We'll try to be quick. Quick about what? Didn't like it.
Quick. Here we go.
We'll try to be quick.
Quick about what? She played with the wrapping on the handle of her crutch. Nervous, yes, but because the situation was odd or because she knew she was caught. Always start with something known and verifiable. Get them used to answering questions, and then move on to harder ones. Your personnel file says you worked in munitions for the Swiss Army during the war. I touched the eraser of the pencil to my lower lip to make my curiosity clear. Tell me about that. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Well, they were mobilizing, and, Switzerland has mandatory military service for able-bodied males, correct? So then, my brothers were.
Let's take it from so then, please. So then. Here we go.
Bodied males, correct?
So then, my brothers. Sorry.
It's okay.
Bodied males, correct?
So then, my brothers were.
I got that one.
Good.
Here we go.
Bodied males, correct?
So then my brothers were conscripted, and I wanted to go with them. So I wanted to with them go.
Did you like that?
No, it's too choppy.
Okay. Here we go. Yes, and you have to get a playback. That's always helpful.
You know, I mean,
There you go.
it's entirely optional. I can just make
It's,
shit
it's
up.
the small details.
Yeah.
Here we go.
What got you that gold
Those
record?
were conscripted.
And I wanted to with them go, so I volunteered. I nodded encouragingly, as if she were not telling me things that I already knew. As it happens, I was not stationed near them. In hindsight, it was foolish to hope so, but I was very young. Only 14, although, of course, I lied on my application. I was assigned to the
Only 14.
Okay.
Let's see here. Only 14, please, because you said although, of course, and I can't pull it out the way I'd like to.
Isn't that what it says? Although, of course.
Oh, maybe it does, and I skipped my eyes. Let's see here. Yes, it certainly does. Well, then
Okay.
it looks great. Let's go back
Great.
to I was assigned to. Here we go.
Okay.
Lied on my application.
I was assigned to a munitions plant. She shrugged. It was hot and dusty and not very glamorous. On the clipboard, I made a note to confirm the math. It had not occurred to me to check her age for those wartime activities. According to her files, she was 38, so 14. 14 when she started, but the war went on for years. So verifiably true and misleading, because there is a vast difference between a 14-year-old in a munitions plant and a 20-year-old. What did you do at the munitions plant? She looked at the piece of cloth she was worrying on her crutches. I swept the floor. Pardon? I think they knew I was underage. Her head came up suddenly, and she leaned forward, trying... Excuse me.
After forward.
Okay.
Suddenly, and she leaned forward.
Trying to see past the shadows to my face. Is this about to fuse?
Is this? Here we go.
Past the shadows to my face.
Is this about the fuse they found? I can't. If you need someone to disarm it, I can't. I'm not qualified. She had jumped to the subject of the bomb very quickly. My challenge was to withhold judgment until I had a big picture. Any single piece wasn't enough, so I waited to see if she would fill the silence with more information. Birgit fidgeted in her chair for a moment. I'm so sorry. I know I should not have let anyone believe I did work more complicated than that. It is only that I wanted so much to go into space. All I did was sweep the floor at the munitions factory. I understand that. I tapped my pencil on the clipboard, watching her. Did you enjoy the long tomorrow? She blinked at the sudden change of topic, and then the color drained out of her face. The letter. This is about the letter. Birgit's head dropped forward. I am so sorry. Could you be more specific? I just found it. The book, I mean. Outside the door to my sleeping compartment. There was a note for Vicky, and I thought that whoever left it had just put it in the wrong place, so I took it to Vicky. She didn't know anything about it, and then there was the letter, and... She glanced up at Halim, almost as if she were looking for reassurance, and then faced the floor again. I'm so sorry, Nicole. When I realized the letter was yours, I should have brought it to you immediately. I tilted my head.
And why didn't you?
There was a code. I'm in communications, and it is hard for me to see a cipher and not want to crack it.
She drew a breath and sat up straight, facing me directly.
We invaded your privacy, and I am very sorry about that. It was unforgivable, and I am ready to face whatever disciplinary action is mandated.
I shrugged as if that were not important, and honestly, in this context, it was not. What was interesting was that she had said we. We invaded your privacy. Again, true. They had. But privacy was a conversational tangent I did not need to explore. The we, though. Then what happened?
Given the content, we thought it best to let Administrator Frisch know, so Vicky took the book to him.
The fact that she had taken it to Vicky was consistent with Vicky's story. The timing felt off, though. There are a couple of things I don't understand. If you don't mind helping me with them, I would appreciate it.
Of course.
She knit her hands together in her lap and leaned forward, a picture of bright-eyed eagerness. Approach these in any order. I ticked the inconsistencies off on my fingers. 1. The book was checked out of the library in Vicky's name, but in your handwriting. 2. I only got the letter.
Listen to the line the note said for Vicky, and see if the way it's parsed is cool for you.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. Let's go ahead and fix it.
You do. Great.
Yes.
Can you find the spot, please? Yeah, there was a note. Here we go.
Go to my sleeping compartment?
There was a note for Vicky.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. And then in a picture of bright-eyed eagerness. In a picture of
Yes,
bright-eyed
got
eagerness.
it.
That's all we need. Yes. Let's see. Okay. Here we go.
In her lap and leaned forward.
In a picture of bright-eyed eagerness.
Okay. I think after 2.
Okay.
Yep. Here we go.
2.
I only got the letter that morning, and the airlock doors closed that afternoon. Let's say about 4 hours later? So I'm curious about how the letter got into the book, then to your door, and then you're able to find Vicky and translate it in enough time for her to get to the administrator before the airlock doors.
After administrator.
Okay.
Her to get to the administrator.
Before the airlock doors closed. Airlock doors, not airlock's door.
You said it correctly.
Did I? Oh, weird. Okay. Great. Good job, me.
Yeah, airlock doors, right?
Yep.
Yep, here we go.
The airlock doors closed.
Birgit's eyes blinked rapidly. Water.
Okay.
Okay.
The airlock doors closed.
Birgit's eyes blinked rapidly.
The first is easy. It was a library book, and we'd hoped looking at the records would tell us who left it for her. There wasn't anything, and it was filed as still being on the shelf. So I checked it out for her while she went to the administrator.
She aligned her crutches with the side of her chair.
But I got the book the night before the airlock closed. At first I thought it was someone who knew I was sick, and then there was Vicky's name.
Sick?
I thought it was the flu.
Her mouth twisted and she rested a hand on her left leg. Even through the trousers, it was visibly thinner than her right.
I was sick for a couple of days, and then better for about a week, and then this.
You got a copy of this mysterious letter before I did. What are your thoughts on how that happened?
That's easy. Or, I mean, mechanically, it is easy. Mail comes in via teletype to comms, and then we have to sort it. If it comes after you checked your box, then you wouldn't see it until the next day.
She shook her head.
I don't know who would have taken it, though.
So you're saying a random person took a letter from my box, checked out the one book that could decode it, and just happened to leave it for you.
I told you!
No, that's going the wrong direction with that voice, that accent.
Okay. We get to dropouts.
Okay.
Sorry, one's a reread. If it came in after you checked
Okay.
the box, just through the next day. Here we go.
Okay.
And we have to sort it.
If it came in after you checked your box, then you wouldn't see it until the next day.
Okay, 1 sec. Okay, and then on the word random. So you're saying a random person took a letter from my box.
Okay.
All we need is, let's see here. All we need is a random person took a letter from my box. We might as well just keep going from there, don't you think?
Yep.
Okay. Here we go.
So you're saying
A random person took a letter from my box, checked out the one book that could decode it, and just happened to leave it for you.
I told you. It said it was for Vicky. I got it by mistake.
I don't think that shifted. I went vaguely Indian there for unknown reasons.
Okay. What do you want to take it from? I told you
Yeah.
the whole thing, or
Yeah.
here we go.
and to leave it for you.
I told you. It said it was for Vicky. I got it by mistake.
I got it by mistake keeps making me unhappy. Am I overthinking it?
I think that one was good. Take a listen.
I got it by mistake.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Okay. Want to just do I got it by mistake?
Yep.
Okay.
It said it was for Vicky.
I got it by mistake.
Beside me, Halim shifted his weight. Okay. Just
Okay.
his voice
Liam
was
shifted his weight.
Do you still have the note that said for Vicky? I gave it to her with the book.
I fed Birgit more silence to see what she would fill it with. The geology lab fans whirred with an almost static hiss. Outside the room, wheels squeaked as something was rolled down the hall. Birgit swallowed.
I really am very, very sorry about reading the letter. Can I blame it on having a fever?
She laughed nervously and then shook her head, sagging into her chair.
I'm sorry. I know better.
Mm-mm. God, they're so close when I screw them up. Okay. I'm sorry, I know better.
Uh-huh. Here we go.
Sagging into her chair.
I'm sorry. I know better.
I could not count the number of times I had played the contrite Mädchen. Her rendition looked sincere, but so had mine. The tricky thing about reading body language is that it's only one piece of a larger whole. I mean, she certainly reeked of guilt. But one of the easiest ways to mitigate being caught is to pin your guilt to a different action than the big thing that you don't want to be accused of. She had jumped straight to, I'm bad, the moment I had brought up the book. On Tuesday, the 16th of April...
On Tuesday.
Yep.
I do not know German. Are you good with the Mädchen or Mädchen?
Yes.
You good with your... Okay. Here we go.
Moment I had brought up the book.
On Tuesday, the 16th of April, you went to the garden. Why? According to the more detailed briefing Helen gave us after her big picture synopsis, Birgit did some unscheduled work in comms for about 2 hours and then excused herself, not feeling well. Her busy bee's departure time was not logged until nearly 6 hours after that, again with no pilot.
To work in comms?
I waited. Birgit tucked her hair behind her ear but stayed silent. The garden has you arriving after the start of the morning shift. Why so late? And then only staying 2 hours.
I didn't get the notification on time. By the time I got out there, they were covered. I'd started feeling sick, so since they didn't really need me, I left.
She picked at the wrapping on her crutch again, grimacing, and shuddered.
In hindsight, I was already sick with polio. I'm just so grateful no one there caught it because of me. I keep thinking about that. I'm so glad I was out of the room before I started, vomiting.
According to the schedule, you weren't supposed to be on duty at all. She looked up, frowning.
No, I was.
I flipped to a page on my clipboard where I had the staff sheet.
Flipped. Here we go.
No, I was.
I flipped to a page on my clipboard where I had the staff sheet from the week of April 15th. I have the schedule right here. When I held it out so she could look at it, Birgit shook her head.
That's the original one, which is why I thought I wasn't scheduled. They revised it after our
They revised. Here we go.
Thought I wasn't scheduled.
They revised it after our rocket crashed, but I didn't see it immediately.
The lights went out. I straightened. This wasn't supposed to still be happening. The engineers had removed remote access to the RPCM, I thought. The emergency lights gave a brief flicker and died. We'd replaced the batteries in critical areas, but the geology lab was not one of them. Reaching into my pocket, I pulled out a flashlight. Beside me, I heard a rustle of cloth from Helene. His flashlight clicked on a moment before mine did. In the halation of the light, I could just make out his face. He nodded toward Birgit and trained his light on her. Whatever was happening was not something that would be solved by us running out, no matter how much I wanted to know why we'd lost power. Instead, I pointed my flashlight at my clipboard and collected my thoughts. Do you have a copy of the version that says you were scheduled?
No. Why would I keep that?
She shifted in her chair, squinting against the light.
They didn't need me anyway.
I tapped my pencil.
I tapped. Here we go.
I tapped. Sorry.
Okay, here we go.
I tapped my pencil on the clipboard, giving her just a moment longer to be uncomfortable. Here's my other question. You missed the morning Busy Bee route. How did you get out there? Birgit froze. Her eyes darted around the room, but with the flashlight in her face, she had to be nearly blind. She took a rapid breath and swallowed.
A friend flew me out?
A friend? Funny thing, there's no pilot listed.
I feel like you are accusing me of something specific, but I don't understand what.
Birgit lifted her chins.
No offense, but why am I talking to you instead of Administrator Frisch?
Defensive and, oh, so interesting that she wanted to involve Frisch instead of Eugene. Halim leaned forward on his toes just a little.
As a reminder, I am the...
Just a little dropout to get.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I tapped my pencil on the clipboard, giving her just a moment longer to be uncomfortable, please. Let me double check one thing. Maybe. Let's try that. All right. I tapped.
I tapped my pencil on the clipboard, giving her just a moment longer to be uncomfortable.
Great. All right, back where we were. Lee moved forward on his toes just a little. Here we go.
Forward on his toes just a little.
As a reminder, I am the chief astronaut. And head of your department, but I'm...
The lights came on. Birgit looked up and thankfully missed the moment of complete confusion I'm sure showed openly on my face. That had not been anywhere near 16 minutes. What the hell was going on? I powered off my flashlight and lowered it. Frowning, Birgit looked back to us.
Frowning, here we go.
My flashlight and lowered it.
Frowning, Birgit looked back to us.
I'm a colonist. I'm in a different department.
Halim shook his head, doing an excellent job of staying in the game.
On the moon, everyone ranks below astronauts because we're the ones trained to keep you alive.
He turned the flashlight off and stowed it.
Also, this question involves a spaceship and a pilot, which is very...
After pilot?
Ship and a pilot.
Which is very definitely my department. Who flew that Busy Bee?
She clenched her hands together, staring at the floor again.
I don't want to get anyone in trouble. So you're saying you didn't fly it there?
She shook her head, still looking at the ground.
I'm not certified to fly a Busy Bee. You're a pilot.
Halim shrugged.
I let you have simulator time.
That's...
Come on, I'm not stupid enough To think a simulator is the same as flying in actual vacuum.
I crouched, trying to make eye contact with her in a posture expressing concern. My voice was couched to be low and sympathetic. Just tell us who flew you. Don't make this worse than it already is. She tensed before leaning forward to rest her elbows on her knees, head hanging.
I guess we're both grounded, regardless. Only, he was being kind. Please, do not let this reflect on him.
Birgit took a slow breath.
Curtis Fry flew me out. We did not list it in the logbook because he was grounded.
Kurt went out to the garden? Birgit was at least accounted for during a 2-hour period, but there was no record of him being out there at all. Or did he go? There was a scenario in which she flew herself out and framed someone who would have ample reason to deny being in a busy bee. Bringing my chin down, I asked, "Where is the busy bee?"
The one we flew to the garden?
The one you stole. Birgit gaped at me.
Stole? What are you? I don't.
Her eyes widened. She gave a breathless laugh.
You think I'm with Earth First? No! My God, I was stupid and inconsiderate, but I'm not. No.
Darling. I smiled at her, and it was as cold as I could make it. Do you understand why you might not be believed when you say that?
I don't care what you believe. I had nothing to do with the power outages or losing contact with Earth or the Lindholms.
What do you mean, the Lindholms? Birgit cut herself short.
They were. Someone sabotaged their busy bee.
That was a detail we had not told anyone outside our little group, save for Frisch. I don't recall mentioning that.
Someone else told me.
Who?
I don't know.
She ran her fingers through her hair, flattening it against her skull.
I can't believe you think I had anything to do with any of this. I have polio. What I am...
Just one thing. Back a few. Bottom of page 425.
Okay.
She clenched her hands together. I think that's all we need. Hold on.
Okay.
She clenched her hands together, staring at the floor. That's all we need. Here we go.
Flew that busy bee.
She clenched her hands together, staring at the floor again.
Thank you. There we go. Okay. I have polio. After polio. What am I supposed to have done? So we're picking it up.
Okay.
Page 427. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fourth line down at the end.
427.
Fourth line from the top,
Okay, great.
near the end.
Mhm.
Here we go.
I have polio.
What am I supposed to have done? Dragged myself around doing all sorts of wicked things?
You can walk.
Now? Barely?
She hit the crutches with the flat of her hand.
This is better than
Mhm.
This is better.
Crutches with the flat of her hand.
This is better than Kurt or Ruben, but it is not easy. I am not subtle and built for sneaking around doing any of the things you are accusing me of.
So far, those are all from before you got sick. Folding back the papers on my clipboard, I exposed the page of ciphers which I still hadn't been able to crack and turned it to face her. Would you like to explain this? She sighed, looking up to the ceiling.
Mein Gott, ist ein Albtraum.
She gestured to the paper.
It is a game that Kurt and I play. People would run papers between us when we were confined to bed. We were having an affair. There. Are you happy now? All of my laundry you have. What next? Firing squad? Airlock?
Who else are you working with?
I'm not working with anyone!
She flung her hands.
She gestured at the paper. Something about that. Let me see.
I'm guessing that you actually wanted to check if I was comfortable with the German.
No, I thought that seemed fine, but you can listen to it if you want.
No, I'm fine.
You want to see?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. No, I wanted to get. She gestured at the paper. I think she gestured
yes.
to the paper.
Thank you.
Ist ein Albtraum.
She gestured at the paper. Actually, I'm going to check since we do have some German speakers listening. Let's see if any of them have said anything. Oh, maybe our German friends are not here right now.
We missed one just recently. Birgit lifted her chin.
Yep, I just saw that too.
425.
425?
425. Birgit lifted her chin. There it is.
Got it.
119. I'm looking for the audio real quick.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if there are any other questions.
Expensive and
Sorry.
Okay.
Huh.
Was that the maybe you
Chins.
should... Okay, yeah.
I'm just guessing. Let's see if I can see if you buy this.
something specific, but I don't understand what. Birgit lifted her chin. No offense, but why am
No.
I...
No, it's just a little too
Right.
clipped.
Yeah. Here we go.
But I don't understand what.
Birgit lifted her chin.
Thank you.
What page are we going back to? 427?
427.
Okay.
I'm not working with anyone right after
Okay.
anyone.
Okay.
She flung her hands out. That's where we are.
All right.
Oh.
Not working with anyone.
She flung her hands out as if she could push the question away. Kurt and I are... Do you know what it's like to be confined to the same room with him and I cannot touch him even? And you think now we are collaborating on... What? What exactly? I smiled sadly at her. I'm sure this is hard for you. If everything is the way you say it is, then the simplest way to demonstrate that is to tell me what the cipher says. Birgit's cheeks flamed. She crossed her arms over her chest. I can't! I closed my eyebrows. That is correct.
Tell me what this cipher says. You said the cipher.
Okay.
And the simplest. Here we go.
Thing is the way you say it is.
Then the simplest way to demonstrate that is to tell me what this cipher says.
After I can't. There you
Mhm.
go.
Best. I can't.
I raised my eyebrows. Can't. That's awkward, if you really want to help us. I didn't crack it! The thing is, it's in your handwriting. Her nostrils flared. Yes, I know. I couldn't get it, so I copied a clean version to start again. She blew her breath out and stared into a corner with spots of red still flaring like alarms in both cheeks. If you want to know what it says, you'll have to figure it out on your own. "44.
Artemis Base Mission Log. Acting Administrator Eugene Lindholm. May 28th, 1963. 0103. Or just 103. I think it's just 103 when it's spoken.
Okay. Here we go.
28th, 1963.
103. Still no contact with Earth. Tasked Comms Department with a confirming.
Tasked.
Still no contact with Earth.
Tasked Comms Department with confirming that
Still no contact with Earth.
Tasked Comms Department with confirming that main radio dishes are capable of receiving by scanning from
After receiving.
Dishes are capable of receiving
by scanning for signals from anywhere on or around Earth. Have been told they will not be able to isolate any channels due to low SNR of non-IAC sources. Backup LGS is non-operational due to erosine corrosion from the Lunar Shuttle crash site. Lunar Shuttle crash. Lunar Shuttle.
Due to, here we go.
S is non-operational
Due to erosine corrosion from the lunar crash.
S is non-operational
Due to erosine
S is non-operational
due to erosine corrosion from the lunar crash site. When we finished asking Birgit questions, we stowed her in one of the offices that Eugene had converted to crew quarters. He'd made the door lockable. Halim still asked one of the astronauts, who was a long-timer, to guard it, figuring that if he was involved with Earth First, we would already be dead. It was not an entirely reassuring thought. The moment Birgit was out of the geology lab, I turned to the intercom. Could you hear all of that? Helen's voice crackled out of the small speaker. Aside from when we lost power, loud and clear. What happened with the lights? Halim asked. The engineering team turned the whole system off. Are you kidding me? Without warning? The entire room went hot with fury as I realized that the terrifying darkness had been caused by our team. Do they have any idea how damaging that could have been? Besides the fact that we were interrogating a possible terrorist singular.
Let's see here. Yep. Can I get... Could you hear all of that? You were turning away to get the cup.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Let's just get that phrase, please.
Okay.
I turned to the intercom.
Could you hear all of that?
Great.
It was
Thank
her
you.
turning
Back
to the
to her.
intercom. That's what was happening.
Well, I was debating whether...
Yeah, no, that's
There's,
completely 100% intentional and very, very artistic.
Awesome. All right. Let me just EQ that so it'll be more obvious.
Okay,
Just roll off everything above 200.
perfect.
Okay, picking it up, please.
Yes.
What's that?
Yes, please. Yes, please. That's all I said.
Okay.
Yes, please. I've not definitely not made any kind of snarky comments at any point in the recording process.
Sorry, anytime I try to find where we are, I can't hear you while I scroll back here, so I
I know.
lose whatever you say. Yeah.
Oops. Sorry, I'm
I'll have
repositioning my tiny piece of paper. Okay.
okay. I'll have to catch the snarky comments on the replay.
Definitely, there have been none. None at all.
Of course.
I am the model of professionalism.
Which makes two of us. After damaging that could have been. Here we go.
Okay.
Idea how damaging that could have been?
Besides the fact that we were interrogating a possible terrorist, we don't have working emergency lights in here.
Eugene has had a word with them.
Myrtle cut in.
By word, what she means is they got a come-to-Jesus moment of biblical proportions.
That made me chuckle, but only slightly less likely to stab the person who had decided to just cut the power. Why in this or any other world did they decide to turn things off? Helen's voice slowed down and became more precise.
They cannot find anything mechanically wrong with the communications channels to Earth, and we're hoping that when they powered the system back up, it would reconnect to the Earth downlink automatically. It did not.
It did not as in, it did not power up, or it did not connect automatically?
It powered up and went through the correct connection procedure. However, we can neither send nor receive a signal.
At my side, Halim's face was as tight as mine felt. He checked his watch.
To confirm, 15 hours and 11 minutes without contact.
Confirmed.
Mission Control in Kansas must be in a panic. Engineers would have flooded into the facility.
Engineers, here we go.
Kansas must be in a panic.
Engineers would have flooded into the facility as everyone buckled down to work the problem, and I grabbed a chair to steady myself as a thought went through my head. Even though it was nearly 1 a.m, the IAC in Kansas City would be fully staffed right now. Astronauts, engineers, technicians, computers, everyone would have come in. Earth First had issued a manifesto calling for blood. Halim touched my elbow.
Are you all right?
Clearing my throat, I wanted to be in 2 places at once. I wanted to be in LGC to help them, and I wanted to be here talking to Kurt. Could you ask them to see if we can pick up signals from anywhere other than Mission Control or Luneta?
They've done that.
Myrtle's voice was hesitant.
What are you thinking?
Earth...
Earth.
What are you thinking?
Earth rotates, so there are 3 large radio
What are you thinking?
Earth rotates, so there are 3 large radio dishes placed around the planet every 120 degrees. That used to be all we had, but they added satellites as a layer of redundancy for the radio dishes. When everything is working, the comms run through the satellites around Earth to Luneta and then down to Mission Control. Mission Control was based in Kansas City and could be relocated to Brazil or Europe. But it still took the massive radio dishes or the satellites to cross the distance to the moon without signal loss.
Check one thing. Oh yeah. You all right, Halim?
Mm-hmm.
You said, "Are you all right?"
Mm.
It's just you all right. See where I am?
Yes.
Okay.
Halim touched my elbow.
You all right?
Thank you. And then one other sentence. When everything is working, the comms run. Let's see. It's working. Comms from the sides around Earth and then down to Earth. Yeah. So we got to redo that sentence.
Okay.
Because there's a couple of dropouts. Yeah.
Great.
So right there, please.
Frequency for the radio dishes.
When everything is working, the comms run through satellites around Earth to Luneta and then down to Earth.
Great. Thank you. Back where we were. To cross the distance is where we're going to pick it up.
Okay.
Punch in. I see it now. There it is. You
Okay.
ready?
Yes.
Radio dishes or the satellites.
To cross the distance to the moon without signal loss. Losing one would still leave the others. So why couldn't we contact them? If we can detect.
Why couldn't we contact them?
If we can detect other signals from Earth, even if we can't reply to them, then it's not our system.
Nicole, honey, you don't have to solve all the problems.
I clenched my jaw as rage flooded through my veins in disproportionate amounts. I had just enough presence of mind to be aware of that and to ride it out, but I wanted to snap at her that she did not need to solve all the problems either, and I was certainly not a problem to be solved. Swallowing, I let out a breath. My point is that if everything is fine here, then something is wrong on Earth. Everyone will be at the IAC trying to reach us. Everyone. I took another breath to steady myself and charged on. And we already know they are willing to kill. The intercom was silent for a moment, and then Helen said,
I'll ask about receiving other signals.
Her voice was so even it hurt. Her husband.
The husband. Was that? My point was that. My point was that. You said
Okay.
is that.
Okay.
Can we take that through here, please?
Yep.
Swallowing, I let out a breath.
My point was that if everything is fine here, then something is wrong on Earth.
Great. Thank you. Picking it up. After hurt, her voice was so even it hurt.
Voice was so even it hurt.
Her husband Reynard was an engineer and would be there. If Earth First had decided to bomb the IAC, there was nothing we could do. But not knowing is the worst. So what could we do? I bounced on my toes, thinking. Kurt would have seen us take Birgit out of the room and note that she didn't come back. Let's get Kurt. Tell them not to turn the lights off?
Confirm.
Halim hesitated.
Should we pause for a snack?
I almost threw my clipboard at him. It's hard enough having Helen and Myrtle know about the anorexia.
It's hard enough. Here we go.
Threw my clipboard at him.
It's hard enough having Helen and Myrtle know about the anorexia. Having Halim know and nursemaid me? We work well together. I like the man. I'd even call him a friend, but he's not a close friend. More importantly, he's my boss. I do not like being reminded that he knows about this weakness. I shook my head. Afterward, I don't want to give Kurt any longer to think about why we pulled Birgit out of the room in the middle of the night than we already have.
It won't take that much longer.
He shrugged, smiling with a real effort at innocence. Over the intercom, Helen said,
What did you have for lunch today?
I
Let's see here. Okay, that's cool. After lunch today.
Okay.
Here we go.
Did you have for lunch today?
I forgot, but I had a sandwich for dinner with Eugene, so I have a witness. The lie rolled off my tongue with disturbing ease. I did have a sandwich. Eugene would remember that I had a sandwich. He would remember seeing me take a bite. I had 2 bites of that sandwich, and then we got busy. The rest of it was wrapped in foil in my pocket. The smart thing to do would be to pull it out and finish eating it. The smart thing to do would be to not resent the friends who were trying to help. I clapped my hands together. Shall we get Kurt? It was the same setup as before. Kurt sat in his wheeled chair under the good light. Halim and I leaned against a table opposite him in the shadow. Kurt looked up at the light and then down at me. So, I guess this is the interrogation portion of my night. I winked at him. Let's get right to it, then, shall we? Start with the known answers. Your file says you were Air Force. What did you do with them? How do you know if a fighter pilot is in the room? He gave a wry smile. They tell you. Hell, if I'd been allowed to fly.
Hell, if I'd been allowed to fly.
I don't know why I did this.
That was a good one. Let's see here. Kurt looked up at the light and then down to me.
Okay.
Here we go. Just that phrase, please.
Opposite him in the shadow.
Kurt looked up at the light and then down to me.
Great. Thank you. Picking it up.
Mm-hmm.
They tell you after they tell you?
Yeah.
I smile. They tell you.
Hell, if I'd been allowed to fly combat, I would have told everyone I was a fighter pilot, too. I gave him a courtesy chuckle to build rapport, which was also.
I gave him. Here we go.
I was a fighter pilot, too.
I gave him a courtesy chuckle to build rapport, which was also.
Which was? Here we go.
Courtesy chuckle to build rapport.
Which was also probably what he was trying to do. Although, since you've read my file, you know I was a fighter pilot. So, in the interests of complete honesty, I only flew 1 combat mission in Korea before we were recalled to the States after the meteor. From there, I was on reconnaissance to help spot refugees. Later, I went to test pilot school at Edwards AFB. Why join the IAC? That was where the interesting flying was. Kurt shrugged. I mean, the answer I gave in my interview was to serve my nation and something about the survival of mankind, but really, it was about the rockets. What did you do at the garden? Tricky. He tilted. Inclined.
Tilted. Here we go.
Okay.
Tricky.
He lowered his head to the side, eyes narrowing as he watched me in the shadows.
Sorry.
I
He
just did
tilted.
it again. I don't know why.
Oh, it's all right. Here we go.
Tricky.
He tilted his head to the side, eyes narrowing as he watched me in the shadows. I haven't been to the garden. Interesting. He might have delayed to protect Birgit. He might have straight up admitted it. Or denial. And yet, we have a witness who saw you there. I don't know what to tell you. I haven't been there. He chewed his lower lip. You won't tell me who. Will you tell me when I was supposed to be there? April 16th, Tuesday. All day. Huh. He rubbed his chin and frowned. I'm trying to think if there's anyone in the new hires who looks enough like me to be confusing. Anyway, Tuesdays are my scheduled phone call home. I can't account for the whole span, but I was talking with my mom during part of that time.
That's easy to check. I made a note on my clipboard. How's your mom?
Fine. Although apparently Mike is back from Venezuela and having a hard time because Bert has uterine cancer.
His voice was relaxed and breezy as he said this. Then his eyes widened.
Oh, wait. It's a soap opera. Sorry. Should have been clear about that up front. Mom loves Guiding Light, so a lot of our phone calls are updates on what happened. You should have heard her last season when Anne got shot. Whew! Nothing but that for days. I think she went into actual mourning. Oh, shit. Ma'am, I am so sorry. I didn't mean... Shit.
The funny thing is that I had been so focused on trying to read Kurt that I hadn't drawn the connection until that moment. I'd been living in the reality where I was just doing my job and Kenneth was still alive. My heart beat sideways, touching parts of my chest it had no right to. I swallowed to clear my throat and turned the clipboard around to show him the coded letter I'd found. My voice would be goddamned level. Tell me about this? Kurt hesitated, still trying to look past the clipboard to me. Damn him. As derailing tactics go, bringing up my grief was an easy target.
As derailing tactics? Here we
Mhm.
go. Wait a minute. There's one thing. What's happened? A lot of our phone calls are updates on what's happened. I think you said what happened.
Okay.
All I need is that phrase, I believe.
Okay.
See where I am.
Yeah.
Okay.
Loves Guiding Light, so a lot of our phone calls are updates on what's happened. Loves Guiding Light, so a lot of our updates are on what's happened.
Phone calls are updates.
Bother.
One more time. One more time, please.
Loves Guiding Light, so a lot of our phone calls are updates on what's happened.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, back to where we were. Damn him. Looking. There it is. As derailing tactics.
Me. Damn him.
As derailing tactics go, bringing up my grief was an easy target, but that had been so well done. His gaze dropped to the clipboard and he leaned forward. Well, it's a cipher. I waited, giving him silence to fill and my eyes a chance to clear. He beckoned. Can I see it? It's kinda in the shadows. Nice try at getting me closer. I passed the board to Halim. See, but not handle. Fair. Kurt nodded as Halim walked it to him and held it just out of reach. The fans whirred as we waited for him to read through the page of text. Kurt frowned, mouth moving slightly as if he were reading to himself. Do we know what language it's in? How would you determine that? Looking at common letter pairs? But cryptography wasn't really my area of interest. I just took one class in it and... He shrugged. I passed, so that was good. I gave him some more time to look at it and also to get my own brain back on track. What had we been talking about when he derailed me? His mom. That seemed like an innocuous topic, so what had been before that? His schedule. He'd given me one thing that could be a partial alibi and then used my question about his mom to change the subject.
May I assume you think this is linked to me in some way?
Kurt was resting his elbows on his knees and squinting at the page. Birgit says you gave it to her. Kurt raised his eyes, brows going up.
Excuse me?
He pointed at the page. But that's not my handwriting. She says she copied it over from text you gave her.
From...
He looked back down at the page again, tilting his head to the side as if that would change his focus.
I'm trying to think of how to convince you that I've never seen it before in my life, and I can't think of a single thing I would find compelling if I were in your place.
She says you're having an affair.
What? No!
Kurt stared at me.
No, she's married, for crying out loud.
That's why it's called an affair, I believe, instead of dating or going steady.
Look.
He held his hands up as if he could stop the conversation.
Look, she's 10 years older than me. I mean, she's pretty and all, and yes, I definitely flirted with her when we met, but as soon as I realized she was married, I stopped, because there are things you just don't do.
I kept going as if he weren't protesting. Protesting. I don't know why I just put the emphasis there.
Okay. That is why it's called an affair. You said that's why. It's supposed to be that is. Can do it through going steady.
Yep.
Here we go.
Married, for crying out loud.
That is why it's called an affair, I believe, instead of dating or going steady.
Thank you. Okay. Back where we were. After you just don't do.
Okay.
Things you just don't do.
I kept going as if he weren't protesting. Is she the one that helped you with covert communications to Earth? He tensed and looked like he was going to yell. Instead, he balled his fists and slowly relaxed back into the chair.
Every protest makes me sound guiltier. I don't know why she said we were having an affair or that I gave her... Wait, back up. Is she the one who said she saw me at the garden?
I could tell him yes.
That's a plane.
That is actually... That is a lawnmower. I think. It's a power thing of some sort. It's not a plane.
Okay.
Let me,
Yeah, I can hear it.
yeah, let me go see where that's happening.
Okay.
Okay, be right back.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I'm gonna... Here, I'll just leave your, the Just Andrew. People can stare at your happy little thing. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Well, that is not anything I can do anything about. There is
Got it.
a church school next to our property that has an athletic field, and they are mowing it.
Hmm.
So that's just going to go on for a while. Why don't we take a break?
Okay. Is it a ride-on mower or something, or?
That's my guess. I can't see it. Like, they're not close,
Ah.
actually. We're in the middle of 13 acres. They are far enough away that... But it's there's a lot of grass up there, so it's not going to be a fast.
Let me try to recapture the noise floor.
Yeah. Although, I mean,
Ooh.
it just shifted, yeah.
Yeah. No, that's not gonna.
No.
Yeah.
Why don't
Okay.
we take a... Why don't we do a half-hour break?
Yep. Sounds good.
Come back and see if we can get another half hour of work.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how long you can go today. I'm
Let
assuming
me
it's
check
the
in on that.
usual.
I might be able to go a little later, but let me check
Yeah.
in with other folks.
Yeah. If it stops sooner, I'll text you.
Okay.
But otherwise, yeah, that is unfortunately completely out of my control.
Yep.
All
Makes
right.
sense.
I'm gonna...
All right. Talk to you hopefully soon.
Yep, sounds good. I'm gonna look to see if there were any questions that anyone had before I vanish.
Okay.
Okay. Doesn't look at them. Doesn't look at them. Doesn't look like it. Does Andrew have any stories to tell? Oh wait, did it just stop?
I mean, it seemed like it stopped, but it could be they just went the other way too.
Yeah, that's also true. Do you want to try?
Sure. After back into the chair.
Yes. And no, Andrew does not have to do an NDA. And Dad confirms from downstairs where he can hear it for reals instead of through the wall, like I'm getting, that the mower has turned off. So fantastic. Thanks, Dad.
Gotcha. Great.
We'll keep going until they
There we
start
go.
it again.
Yep. Sounds good.
Relaxed back into the chair.
Okay, got it. I was like, where am I on this page? Okay.
Relaxed back into the chair.
Sorry. Me one more time.
Sure. No worries.
Relaxed back into the chair.
Every protest I make, every protest, there's no I.
Relaxed back.
Okay.
Relaxed back into the chair.
Every protest makes me sound guiltier. I don't know why she said we were having an affair or that I gave her... Wait. Back up. Is she the one who said she saw me at the garden? I could tell him yes. I could tell him she said he'd flown her there. But I was very interested in what he did when he had nothing to play off. So I simply tapped my pencil against my clipboard. Why do you ask? Because I did see her that morning. He compressed his lips and shot a glance at Halim. She said you'd given her simulator time and wanted her to apply to be an astronaut. She asked me to show her a busy bee. My pilot credentials get me in even when I'm grounded. It seemed harmless, so I did it. But I was already starting to feel sick, so I left her there, unescorted. That could even be true. It was 4 days before we found him on the floor. The timing on polio meant he could have been having flu symptoms that seemed to clear up before the paralysis, or admit to something small to distract from the larger thing you've done. The question was, Which rendition of events was correct? Where is the busy bee? Kurt wiped his hand down his face. What busy bee? The one you stole. His shoulders slumped and he looked exhausted. Listen, I want to help, but honest to God, I have no idea what you're talking about. None of this. I can make guesses, but every guess I get right makes me look guilty. Like, I was right about the emergency lights, wasn't I? I pursed my lips. All right, I'll play. What guess would you make now? Kurt scrubbed his face and ground the heels of his hands into his eyes. Okay, since you think I'm involved, it has to be stuff that happened in April, right after we arrived and before I got sick. There have been problems with environmental controls and power outages. This last one wasn't 16 minutes long, and please tell me I'm not the only one timing them. In truth, I would be surprised if multiple people in the colony hadn't been timing them. I timed blackouts on Earth, too, just from idle curiosity. So we're talking about things that could have been set up in advance. He lowered his hands and scowled at the floor. Something is happening at the garden. With Birgit, I guess. There's a missing busy bee. Oh, and coded messages, presumably to Earth first. Heck, it could be anything from fouling the water supply to blowing up the base to scuttling the rock. Oh, that's good. I raised an eyebrow. Good? Interesting word choice. Kurt winced. A good guess, an appalling thing. Busy bees would fit in the cargo tanks of... busy bees fit. There's no wood. It has started again, but it doesn't sound like it's close to us.
Okay, yeah, I don't think I heard it.
Okay.
I'll let you know when I do.
Okay.
In there, where would that be? Bottom of page 435. I was already starting to feel sick, so I left her in there unescorted.
Okay.
Left out the in, I think.
Got it.
All I needed is so I left her in there.
Okay.
Here we go.
Already starting to feel sick?
So I left her in there, unescorted.
Thank you. After appalling thing. Here we go.
And appalling.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, no, it's coming our
Do you
way.
hear it again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the plus side, that's a line of dialogue that's not Nicole.
That's true.
I don't know.
I can hear it. Seems like it's getting louder. How big a field is it? Out of curiosity, if you have any idea, like an approximation?
I mean, there's a football field and a soccer field and a track field.
Mowing, sports field management.
Yeah. You looking up to see how long it takes to mow an average sports field?
That is what I'm looking at.
It's quiet again.
10 minutes on a gang mower with a 20-foot width, which I'm sure
Nope.
they don't have. 30 minutes.
I'm wrong.
30 minutes with a 60-inch riding mower to mow an acre of turf.
Well, we can do the half-hour break and see if that's gets us on the other side, or we can attempt to record while they are mowing away from us.
I mean, that's probably the more efficient path. It's a What do you think?
I will have to rely on you to tell me when you hear it and when you don't.
Okay.
Like I can tell when it's coming our way, but yeah.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah.
Now it seems to have gone away for me.
To me, it sounds like it's coming our direction.
Yeah. It's when you speak, unfortunately, is when I'll probably hear it the worst.
Yeah.
Um,
Let's take a break, because
Yeah.
we were about to a point when I would need to take one anyway.
okay.
I've been in the chair for a while,
Yeah.
so let's go ahead and take a break. Let's do a half hour. Come back at. Well, when we try coming back at right on the hour, and if it
Sounds good.
stops, I'll text you and let you know.
Okay. I'll just
Okay.
stay connected, but I'll just putter around something else.
Cool. And for the rest of folks, I'll make the thing play music. I mean, you'll hear me talking, but still. I won't make you listen to the music for the entire time since there's no need for that. All right. I'll see you in a
Okay.
bit.
See you in a little bit.
So, now that we have
we
escaped
last left. Yes.
the terrifying lawnmower, where did we last leave our intrepid heroes?
Indeed. A good guess, an appalling thing is where I have us.
Okay.
Which is bottom of 436.
Yes. Okay.
Here we go. Come on now.
I raised an eyebrow. Good? Interesting word choice. Kurt winced. Good guess, an appalling thing.
Busy bees fit in the cargo bays of the translunar shiners. The translunar shiners. It's a small circus that is put on to raise money.
The equivalent of the Shriners.
Yes.
It's the black eye you get in Too Many G's.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
All right, here we go.
It's an appalling thing.
Oh wait, I forgot to put the
cloth.
cloth up.
Gotcha.
Dina, that's why it looked like a different background. So thank you for saying looks like different background. Okay.
The door, the door.
No! All right.
Okay. Busy bees fit. Here we go.
Yes.
It's an appalling thing.
Busy bees fit in the cargo bays of the translunar shuttles. Load one up with fertilizer from the garden, turn it into a bomb, and park it inside a rocket. Now you've got the bomb, plus the propellant and oxidizer to ignite. Pick the right rocket, and you could flatten everything. You're right. That is appalling. Also, it would involve a busy bee being parked there for over a month, and it seemed unlikely that no ground crew would notice it. You'd guess the busy bee would be booby-trapped, I assume? Undoubtedly. Kurt drummed his fingers on the arm of his chair. Or a lava tube? Like, if there was one.
Go back and get... And it seemed unlikely that no ground crew would have noticed if you added extra it.
Okay.
Let's see here. So we'll do, and it seemed unlikely through booby trapped, I assume, just to smooth that out. So those two sentences.
Yep.
Being parked there for over a month.
And it seemed unlikely that no ground crew would have noticed. You'd guess the busy bee would be booby-trapped, I assume? Undoubtedly. Oh, sorry.
That's all right. Okay. After lava tube, like if there was one running. Here we go.
Or lava tube?
Like, if there was one running near the base or something? Or, no, there's no second door.
Same place. I gotta drop out on base, please.
Okay.
Or lava tube?
Like, if there was one running near the base or something. Or a parking orbit, timed to decay and crash into the main base. Although, I don't know how I would have gotten back from that one. Or any of them, really. That problem, at least, we thought we understood. Icarus walked back and obscured his footprints with compressed air. For the rest, I wasn't actually closer to knowing where the busy bee was than I had been. At least the lights hadn't gone out. 45.
Artemis Base Mission Log. Acting Administrator, Eugene Lindholm. May 28, 1963. 0300 hours. 17 hours and 36 minutes without contact. Have requested that engineering develop a solution to allow us to flash a Morse message to Earth using the colony exterior lights. They have promised a solution.
They have promised. Here we go.
Colony exterior lights. They have promised a solution in 24 hours, but cautioned that it would likely not be visible to the naked eye. That is acceptable. I have to believe that at least one Earth-based telescope is trained on the moon. Here's a thought. Eugene was lying on the floor of the gallery with his feet up on the bench. What if Birgit or Kurt set up something with the busy bee, but then couldn't follow through on it after the polio hit? Myrtle, who was sitting on the bench, tapped his ankle. Are you saying we should stop looking for it the way I should give up about feet on the furniture?
Let's take it for it. What if Birgit or Kurt set up something with the busy bee and then couldn't follow through? And since there was another thing right after that, let's just do it from there if you don't mind.
No problem.
I'll take it from set up something, please.
Okay.
Birgit or Kurt set up something with the busy bee and then couldn't follow through on it after the polio hit.
Myrtle, who was sitting on the bench, tapped his ankle. Are you saying we should stop looking for it the way...
Here we go.
Sitting on the bench, tapped his ankle.
Are you saying we should stop looking for it the same way I should give up about feet on the furniture?
Both of them are wishful thinking.
Eugene lifted his hands and covered his eyes.
It's 3 in the morning, Myrtle. Let me put my damn feet up.
Myrtle pursed her lips and inhaled to speak. I cleared my throat, which was as close to jumping in the line of fire as I was willing to do. So, Halim, did you ask Birgit to apply for astronaut training? Did you hear the small tick?
I did.
Okay.
Let's see here. But I thought it might have been in a space.
Oh my God. I think it just started again.
It's right after training. Let's see
Okay.
if that works. Yeah, so after training.
Mm-hmm.
It's a well-timed tick.
Great.
Here we go.
To apply for astronaut training?
Yes?
He swept a hand over his hair.
Understand, please. My preference would be for everyone to go through astronaut training because it is more rigorous. Did I ask her specifically? Maybe. Birgit is very good with comms and will need that for future Mars expeditions.
Which was consistent with both versions of reality that Kurt and Birgit gave us. And being good at comms meant she'd be good at resolving a weak signal or patching into a line she shouldn't. Turning that over in my mind, I stared at the moonscape across the gallery from me, with bright orange oxidized regolith at the foot of an astronaut taking a core sample. I was on Capcom when Tarazis and Halim had spotted that first patch of orange. Their shock and excitement had been infectious in the main mission control room and apparently left the back room of geologists nearly wetting themselves with glee. I blinked and shook my head, trying to keep from drifting off. What are the things we need to follow up on? In her seat by the door, Helen stretched. Smartest thing would be to take a rest period. We are at the point of diminishing returns.
Past it, I think.
Halim stood, reaching toward the ceiling with a groan.
All right, people.
One more time on Halim.
Okay, we got to get Helen. Smartest thing, I think she said, smartest strategy.
Okay.
Just that little phrase, that line of dialogue from her. There you go.
Helen stretched.
Smartest strategy would be to take a rest period.
Thank you.
Well,
After all right, people.
Okay.
all right, people.
I am exercising my prerogative as chief astronaut and sending you all to bed.
I was so tired I could have curled up on the gallery floor and slept while simultaneously sure that my brain would not shut off. I'm going to spend a little more time with Birgit's code. Helen paused as she was standing before straightening with something like an aha on her face. Is there a reason we aren't using the computer department to decode that? I opened my mouth, raised a forefinger, and blinked. No. There was no good reason, except I kept forgetting what computers were capable of. If I say that I think it's probably a homophonic substitute... Sorry, let me try that one more time.
If I say homophonic or homophonic, does it matter?
Homophonic. I guess. I have actually no idea how this word is said. Homophone. Homophon.
It's probably both. The first one is homophonic, but the second one's homophonic, so it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Here we go.
What computers were capable of.
Sorry, I just looked down to see if there was anything from the our lovely chatting companions. There is
Gotcha.
nothing that needs immediate attention.
Okay, here we go.
What computers were capable of.
If I say that I think it's probably a homophonic substitution cipher, would they know what to do with that? She shook her head. But if you give them the steps you would go through to break it, they can do those, but distributed between multiple desks. I'll write that up and... Excuse me, what part of sending you all to bed was unclear? Halim glowered at us, and that man can... and the man...
There's a little noise in the background. Is there a cat in there with you, perhaps?
There is not.
I did.
I don't think there is.
I heard meeping and purring about 5 minutes before you came in, but I don't know whether that was...
Oh, someone
something
may
you
have been
were-
in here. I don't see anybody, but I did hear something behind me.
Yeah.
So,
Let me listen
but it
for
sounded like it was outside the room.
that. It was like a weird... They can do those is what I need.
Okay.
That spot.
Steps you would go through to break it.
They can do those, but distributed between multiple desks.
Great. After unclear, please.
Go to
Okay.
bed was unclear.
Halim glowered at us, and the man can smolder. Out. Sleep. Reconvene at 800, which is less sleep than you need. We'll meet in the cafeteria because we need to eat. That last involved a glance toward me, and then studious attention to Helen as if I wouldn't notice. Could we just not? I bit it off and just started to haul myself to my feet. You need to stop. I did not raise my voice. My voice was very level. My voice was dead calm. Nagging me makes it worse. Could we not add a layer of extra importance every time we talk about food? I had my condition under control for a decade, and the circumstances in which I slipped are, I think, entirely reasonable. I know how to manage it. Your concern is appreciated, but you are making me worse. Everyone was quiet, and I could feel them looking at each other as if holding a silent conference about who would speak first. Into the midst of this, Eugene snored. Not a small snore, a snore as if the ground had torn open and swallowed the entire lunar colony. His arms had relaxed away from his face, and he was lying slack-jawed on the floor. Sawing logs is not the correct phrase, unless it is a diesel-powered saw that has never been tuned. Helen stared at him with the same horrified amazement that I felt. You sleep? Sorry.
Couple things.
Okay.
Can we not? I just thought I heard something. Oh, you said could we just not? As opposed to could we not?
Okay.
Can you just get that, please?
Yes.
There we go.
Helen, as if I wouldn't notice.
Could we not?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then chainsaw. Song logs, unless it was with a diesel powered saw. Oh, there's no chain in there. That's my bad.
Aha. Ha 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 ha.
Oh, unless it is with a diesel power. That's what's
Okay.
missing. Here we go.
Not the correct phrase.
Unless it is with a diesel-powered saw that has never been tuned. Helen stared at him with the same...
Thank you.
Mhm.
And one more time, same place, because I got a little dropout.
Okay.
Sorry.
Not the correct phrase.
Unless it is with a diesel-powered saw that has never been tuned.
Helen stared at him with the same horrified.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Here we go.
Okay.
You sleep.
horrified amazement that I felt.
You sleep with that? Sorry, I put the emphasis in the wrong spot. The
Here we go.
pro tip, if the author puts a word in italics, that's the word you emphasize, regardless of if the author is, in fact, yourself.
Here we go.
Horrified amazement that I felt.
You sleep with that? Wax earplugs and love. Myrtle gazed at him fondly. I'm going to let him sleep, because if I wake him up to move him, he'll try to go back to work, and I'm too tired to fight. Helen said, I'll get you pillows and blankets. I could not stop staring. Why don't I remember this from when we did missions together? The capsules were tiny. She shook her head. It's only when he has dairy, which we figured out because the early missions had such a limited menu. I winced. I gave him a ham and cheese sandwich. Oh, don't worry. This is all on him. The man knows better, but he loves cheese, so most days I figure he's worth it. When we left the gallery, a couple of the engineers were staring toward it with some concern. Halim wandered over to let them know the sound was the sound it... That extra it should not be there, should it?
No, I don't think so.
There's no possible way that that is. Okay.
Here we go.
Toward it with some concern.
Halim wandered over to let them know the sound was man-made and not an equipment malfunction. Helen went to get blankets and a pillow. I went to the cafeteria because I also know better. And if I had problems, if I became a problem this week. That was a door downstairs.
Okay.
Oops.
So, sure enough, this week,
Yep.
after problem, if I became a problem this
Okay.
week.
And if I had problems,
If I became a problem this week, it would be entirely on me. 5 hours later, I was back in the cafeteria, listening to Eugene and Halim work at deconflicting the duty roster, which acknowledged that we still did not have contact with Earth, but the regular business of the colony needed to recontinue? Yes.
But the regular business, here we go.
not have contact with Earth.
But the regular business of the colony needed to continue, as I needed to continue. Rehydrated cottage cheese, canned peaches, toast, and scrambled rehydrated eggs with saline, pepper in oil, and hot sauce. Carefully logged. Beside me, Helen chewed absent-mindedly on a piece of toast while she read through my list of instructions for the computers. Compare quadgram.
Let's see here. Listen to Beside Me, Helen chewed absentmindedly. It's chewed that I'm thinking about.
Okay.
Beside me, Helen chewed absent-mindedly on a
Yep.
piece.
Take it right there, please.
Carefully logged.
Beside me, Helen chewed absent-mindedly on a piece of toast while she read through my list of instructions for the computers. Compare quadgram.
Here.
Instructions for the computers.
Compare quadgram statistics from the plain text to quadgram statistics of English text. All right. We'll have to have them working at the same table so they can compare fitness levels of the text as they work. She nodded, laying the paper back down. This is very clear. I'll pass the algorithms to the computer department with the text. I'm not sure what else they have on the docket, so don't know how long this will take. Without looking up from the duty roster, Eugene said,
Tell them I said it was priority.
Roger Wilco. She looked at the sheet.
She looked. Here we go.
Roger Wilco.
She looked at the sheet of instructions again. Nicole, one question. I swallowed a bit of peach and raised my eyebrows. Why were you not a computer? Code breaking is fun. I shrugged, stirring the cottage cheese with my fork. Numbers are just numbers. I can do them, but they don't come alive for me the way they do for you and Elm across the cafeteria.
But they don't come alive. Is there more grass cutting in the background?
There is.
Or is that just my...
No, it's been there for a little while, but I was not sure. Because it's not...
I just caught whiffs of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, let's take it from I can do them. I'll keep an ear on it, so to speak.
Okay.
Numbers.
I can
Sorry, let's do it from numbers are just
Yeah.
numbers. I heard it there too.
No, it's just come closer again. We only have 7 minutes left in the session we were going to do today. Do you want to
say it
just
one more
call
time?
it?
Sorry, I was listening.
I said we only have 7 minutes, unless you were able to go. But I'm wondering if we should just call it.
Yeah, I could go later, but if they're, as someone pointed out, a football field is actually 2.6 acres. So if they'll have a ride-on mower, then it's going to take them an hour and a half.
Yeah, and it's not just the football field. There's also the baseball field and the soccer field. Like, those are 3 different fields.
Right, assuming they're mowing them all, then they're doing this for the rest of the afternoon.
I suspect that where I was like, oh, they've stopped, was moving to a different field.
Got it.
All right.
We still got in 7 hours.
Yeah,
so
we did well. My suggestion is that we just pick up tomorrow with Nicole's first line of work of code breaking is fun. Coming in after Helen.
That sounds good.
Yeah. That's just not going to stop.
Yeah.
So someone has asked, is it more difficult to narrate something you've written or easier? I wonder if being overly familiar with the characters and text makes it easier and yet harder to narrate at a steady pace. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Generally, it's easier because I write the rhythms that fit my voice naturally. But because I'm familiar with it, it is sometimes harder for me to do the prep work because there's a kind of skimming thing that you do as you go through text looking for stuff. And it is actually much harder to do that with my own stuff. Because I get caught by the wrong things for my narrator. brain. There are some authors that it is as easy to narrate as something that I wrote. Shannon McGuire's stuff, that's one of the reasons I love narrating for her. Loretta Nihan, I love narrating her things. They just come very naturally. So it varies a lot. And obviously there are things that I put in here that I'm just like, writer MRK is a real bitch sometimes. So yeah, it varies. Anything else? There's a rhetorical question. Oh yeah, what?
I noticed there was one thing we hadn't caught in the doc here.
Oh, okay. Do you think we can get it with
back on?
With the.
I think it's short enough that we'll be able to get it in.
Okay.
It's on page 431. My point was that if everything is fine, and we apparently said my point is. Let me listen.
Got it. I think we said it both. I felt like you caught that.
What's that?
I have a memory of catching that, I thought, but maybe I'm
I
wrong.
thought I had a memory of catching that too. Yeah, we did catch that.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we got. Wait. Let's see. No, we got that. Okay. I was like, wait a minute. I thought we. Yeah, we got that.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So, oops. That was not what I meant to do. I was just going to show y'all where we got to today. So, book, and that's how much text we got through, which means that's how much we have left. To be super clear, I am not narrating from the book. I used to narrate from paper, but now I have a tablet. I am narrating from this right here. I swipe periodically on this, which is both my my reading device and my recording device, or my looking at you and then sending things to Andrew, who is actually doing the recording. So, what time are we starting tomorrow?
Same bad time, I think. 9:30.
9:30 your time, 10:30 mine.
My time, sorry.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. Well,
cool.
Then I will see you in the morning. And
sounds good.
Thanks everyone for joining us.